Welcome back to Kunoichi Krush. It's the final day. We get to decide who will take home the prize money in both EU and NA, but it is EU time. I'm Lyros, joining me is Megalas, and we've got the privilege of getting through a first couple games, and then we get to those best of threes at the end.
Yeah, exactly as you said, Lyros, and I'm super excited to get into this. EU, bit of a smaller bracket, so all these teams had the chance to play against each other yesterday in that group stage. So we have a pretty clear picture of initial impressions, right? But now that the bracket is here, now that there's actual, prize money on the line at the end of the day, maybe these teams can bring out that extra edge that wasn't there yesterday.
It is a double elimination bracket, so even after we get through the initial game after this, the teams will not be eliminated. There's going to be a winners finals and a losers finals, followed by the grand final. So make sure you really do stay tuned in for that, as we could take a look at one of our first teams that we've got coming in here, Valentine. And I mean, we've talked about this team off and on so much because there is so much to talk about with Valentine.
Absolutely. I mean, if you've been around the scene for a while, calling all heroes, Kunoichi, all of it, Valentine has been here. They're a dominant force, and they absolutely, they show up in every tournament that they play. As you're getting a quick look at the lineups here, Kuna is definitely on DPS. The Mercy's just selected for fun, I promise. But then you also have Zoe on that DPS line, Mara on that tank, and then AJMR and Wicca being those ever-reliable supports. I mean, yeah, this squad, they've, stood the test of time. They've always improved. They've always adapted, and they're definitely here looking for a dub.
I mean, when I was casting yesterday, Mari was on the flex support, so they did have a couple of changes that maybe not have worked out as much as it could have, but clearly there was still the bones of a strong team. We'll see if Mari is still on that flex support or if she had swapped over to that tank. But on the other side of the coin, on the other side of the grass, it's going to be Lava Lilies.
Yeah, Lava Lilies, again, a very solid lineup here as we're looking across the team. You got Jasmine rocking the tank role for the moment, at least. Dinner Party and Khaleesi gonna be your DPS, and then Harmless and Taicho on support. And again, just, a squad that, if you're looking from the group stage yesterday, maybe you're a little bit concerned about, right? Only able to scoop up that one win during groups, lost to Valentine yesterday. But again, knowing that there were only 4 teams, knowing everybody could make it to bracket, it's really hard to tell how serious teams were going to be in that group stage, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's going to be the real tell today with this double elim bracket.
Yeah, they've also had some time to read into their opponent, maybe learn a couple of things, like you said, though. We don't know how serious they're taking it, so some things could change as we go into that bracket stage. Speaking of the bracket, we've got that right up for you. You can see where exactly the teams are going to be going, whether they win, whether they lose, and of course, what is all at the end, the grand finals after those winners finals and losers finals.
Yeah, and, something important, like we talked about earlier with the bracket stage, this match and Green Fortnite versus MRG, which is happening right now off stream as well. These are both going to be first to 2 games, so, 2 maps and it's over and done with. And every other match is going to be that first to 3 format. So a little bit less wiggle room in this semifinal. And so if you want to earn your spot in the winner's final, you really don't have any room for error, right? Just 3 maps to play maximum.
Yeah, and with how quick a lot of these games have been, 3 maps is not guaranteed here. A lot of them have been over and out in just about 2. So hopefully some of these teams, after they have had their yesterday warm-up stage, they can come in, maybe have a little bit of a closer game as we get set up onto Antarctic Peninsula.
Antarctic Peninsula, I mean, I wouldn't say a polarizing control map, but it's definitely a interesting one to say the least, right? Because all of the sub maps are just, they almost can sort of define their own play styles, right? Obviously, now that you're down here in the labs, you have sort of this very large roof, so all of the Pharah comps that you see, the Echoes, things like that, they a little bit harder to maneuver. You do just have that limited airspace to work with, a lot of high ground control right above the point as well here. But initial looks, Valentine, they're going to run out on a standard Junker Queen comp. Zoe's going to TP everybody out. They'll probably go over to a Tracer, I believe. Meanwhile, Lava Lilies, they're going to be attempting some sort of dive with Dinner Party off the just a little bit of range here to maybe try to punish people, but won't be as synced up with the rest of the dive.
Yeah, it's kind of a dive versus brawl comp as Mari already claims ahead, and that is going to be getting in with the dive so much harder. There is not a lot of survivability here for Blood Bunny. Gets bursted down with the Echo Beam, and, well, if there was some sort of momentum wanting to brew for Lava Lilies, that was not it.
Yeah, it's absolutely tragic when something like that happens, losing your Lucio that early in the fight, because that's just all your speed control. And Lava Lilies immediately give up on the dive, and they actually get a pick onto an overextended Wicca here to start this next fight.
That is going to immediately turn the tide. Junker Queen spotted. Both DPS getting one apiece. So now all eyes are going to be on the tank. And now that another DPS has been eliminated, it seems like just as this point even flipped towards Valentine, it's going to go the other way.
Yeah, being able to flip it right back here. And again, that was just an overextension from Wicca. And all of a sudden, now just another overextension is going to give Lava Lilies even more time to catch up in that ult percentage. Now heading on into the next fight here, you're probably going to be looking for just these shout engages from the Junker Queens, as no ultimates have really been built online for either squad.
The DPS have been so important in both of these fights. Zoe is a little bit in the back line. She is able to get a kill. Is worried about her maybe getting caught out, as now we do see that rampage directly through the back line of Lava Lilies. These fights are just over in the blink of an eye. It goes on for like 5 seconds at most.
Yeah, and like you were saying, DPS are so crucial in these compositions, right? Being able to remove the Kiriko, the main source of healing from Lava Lilies there, it was absolutely massive. And now, on this engage, we're heading towards a pretty heavy ult fight for both squads here. It's, again, probably the back of the DPS, but another overextended support!
This is one of the points of all time for these teams. Having an enjoyable time jumping right into the front line. Without the Lucio, not a lot of options here as to what can be done, but Zoe still finds Tycho early. It's immediately traded out onto Kindred and Wicca as well. Villain just has so much HP with that beat drop, and a lot of ults are going to be bursted down through the side of Valentine. The percentage is still ticking up as long as Zoe is alive. But you imagine that's not going to last for very long. So about 80% will be gotten before Lava Lilies is able to swap.
Something I want to highlight from that fight was Kuna's duplicate there. I'm willing to bet money that it was fully intended to dupe a Junker Queen, but unfortunately people were stacked on top of each other, ended up with a Kiriko, and that just changes, right? When you're having, that lack of damage here, but Lava Lily's already having to deal with another engage here from Valentine.
Lucio just makes the respawns happen so quickly. Dinner Party getting so close to being taken out, being that first pick, which has been so crucial to the entirety of that fight. Things aren't happening as early as initially thought they would, and just as I say that, it's Villain who goes down. There's the rampage coming out from Blood Buddy, immediately countered by Mari's beat drop, but Junker Queen just cannot last that long with so much damage coming away even after the buff. Mari's gonna find a 2K with that boop, and now 84% and ticking. Valentine have a lot on their side.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot. They're pushing forward here because at this point they just can chase to the spawn room to end this first round. And they're duping in the spawn. It's Joker.
And there's no way you can get back. I mean, Harmless can just ride on the walls, but you touch maybe last it second or longer. That is not going to last at all. A very chaotic first round, a lot of back and forth, but it's still Valentine who gained control.
Yeah, chaotic is definitely the word I'd use for it, because those fights, you hit the nail on the head. It was so fast-paced between these two squads. When you have a Lucio, you have a Junker Queen, both of those abilities where you're speeding people out. I mean, I get why these fights were happening fast, but also, neither of these teams really were scared of each other, right? They both had full confidence in a lot of those engagements until that last sort of spawn camp situation where Valentine just had a overwhelming ult bank. So heading into this next round, I'd be surprised to see any swaps here. I think Lava Lily's doing a little bit of trolling in the spawn room, but the Bastion Sombra, I guess, could leave spawn.
There's still some decent changes we're talking about. I mean, the Reaper, that is one that I think is a little more niche in this one, but with the Junker Queen being very common, Tracer directly in your face, it does make sense that Junker Queen's engaging early on. Kindred just cannot last with that Reaper in play. Zoe trying to get a little trade of her own, but a lot of players on each side just going so close to death. Lava Lilies, even just by their fingertips, still have control over this fight and are going to get this first day.
Yeah, they have the slight advantage here. Zoe trying to do some poking around, but unfortunately that's just it for now. And yeah, that's the interesting thing about the Reaper, right? With this new patch that everyone's still unfamiliar with, he's still got some buffs recently, and as long as he's not shooting armor, he can do a lot of damage that people just might not be expecting.
Yeah, Junker Queen is over health, not armor, so you're not going to get that newly buffed damage reduction. And Kindred really is feeling that on critical HP almost the entire time, going with Villain and all of the other players on Lava Lily. So massive amounts of damage to keep that percentage ticking up and up and up. But Blood Bunny is going to be the first to go down. That's going to allow Kindred to push forward onto the point, and without really any sustain, Valentine are very easily going to be able to get a plethora of kills and flip the point.
And they were able to flip it again in the middle of Taicho's Kitsune Rush here, right? So that's a situation where Lava Lilies, they invested, and it ultimately did not work out for them. Valentine, they now are ahead in the ult bank. They're going to have everything, and Villain can't even leave the spawn.
That is not very good, especially when it's followed up by Taicho and everybody else, because that percentage that you want, Taicho needs to get that Kitsune back.
Absolutely here. So now Lava Lily's actually taking refuge in their spawn room, just having to sort of wait it out, right? They got the pulse bomb out. Super nice here, as it seems like the Junker Queen's saying no to Villain on the Reaper right now, but hey, heading into the fight, again, it's going to be a heavy ult engage.
The Rampage was scary, but the B-drop ulting will give Dinner Party a little bit of help, not enough to keep them alive, unfortunately. The Death Blossom is going to be able to deal a lot of damage, but only dealt damage to Kuna, who had the duplicate, so...
Okay, but to be fair for Lava Lilies, this isn't a massive trade, right? You just traded the entire ult bank of Valentine for 3 ults of your own. Blood Bunny's now going to be coming into this next fight, about to have their Rampage online here. If they're able to position themselves to be able to use that ult effectively, aka force out the Cleansing Suzu, but Villain again!
It's so hard for Villain to get in. I think that is the weakness of the Reaper. It worked early on because they were able to rush, but since then, Lava Lilies have been fighting an uphill battle. I mean, essentially a spawn war. A Rampage is going to be used out. It is going to be a little useful, but with the Suzu in play, it may be negligent. Wicca is down. A Swords of Healing is not there for Valentine, which means that Kindred is going to fall. Blood Bunny, a little tactical crouching there, making her presence known. And what seemed dire at first, Lava Lilies are able to take control of.
They flip it at the final fight here, but that means Valentine has about 50% to just, relax, right? They can take fights, they can even lose them if they're able to just sort of regain their control on the ult economy. Right now, all they have is the pulse bomb, getting ever closer to another Rampage here for Kindred, but this Sombra's just in the back line, almost about to kill Wicca.
It seemed like it was going well for Lava Lilies, because Dinner Party almost found a Kiriko, but without the Sombra and without Villain, the Rampage just doesn't really have anything to go off of. You have the massive amounts of damage coming from Valentine and no support on the side of Lava Lilies. There's going to be an initial contest coming out from Dinner Party, which should last about 1 second, followed by Villain, who is going to take advantage of an emoting Lucio on the point, but I don't think it's really going to last too long as Lava Lilies slowly trickle in, slowly get taken down, and Valentine, with ults on their side, will deal with the rest and take the first match.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it was silly because it wasn't silly, but it definitely was an interesting map. Where both teams they sort of opted into that Junker Queen rush, and fights weren't completely one-sided on that first round, right? Lava Lilies, I felt like definitely was in it with the best of them, but when it came to that second round, they tried the Reaper. It got the better of Valentine for a fight or two, but then, like you said, the Reaper started getting poked out on the approach, really couldn't go anywhere. And so now, again, we have to remember these first games are first to two. So Lava Lilies, they have to try to bounce back here. Otherwise, they're already looking at lower bracket.
Look, we can admit, though, that the players are being a little silly. I think they know each other. They're good friends. There's a little bit of banter alongside it. Like, Blood Bunny essentially teabagged Kindred, which would really only happen in good spirits, because I know that they are friends. But you see a lot of these plays happening early on the first round. That's some massive issues that both of these teams have.
It was just the overall aggression from as well. It was beautiful. Right? They pushed together as a team. They really showed the first person of them desperately trying to kill the Lucio in overtime, just holding up the pizza. But yeah, I mean, listen, it's a little bit silly, but that's okay. That makes for great Overwatch. They're bantering back and forth in the match chat. Like you said, these teams are good fun. And that's one of the greatest things about like Kunoichi and stuff like that. All these players know each other. I didn't even realize that was like fully a thing, but actually getting to play in like Rising yesterday and like talking to my team, like they were just completely bantering the whole time as well. Everybody knew each other. It's a fun little niche community.
As long as it's known that there's absolutely no bad blood at all, the banter that happens is absolutely of good faith, then it's lovely to see. We see the second map that we're going to go to. It is going to be Hollywood, which I think is a nice little change of pace from some of the other maps we've seen. And Hollywood hasn't really had a big mainstay, I think, in Overwatch competitive. We get to see potentially the new tank changes with D.Va. She recently got a buff with her defense matrix. We could see how that could interact with some of these other tanks.
Yeah, Hollywood has always been able to sort of carve itself out, right? Even in these dominant brawl metas that we've been seeing as of late. It's always been like one of the selective dive maps. You can almost think of it like a Watchpoint Gibraltar situation where the high ground is just too valuable across most of the points to give up. Then, heading into point 3, maybe you could argue for a little bit more brawl, but yeah, D.Va got some significant changes with the increased defense matrix, increased damage on the micro missiles, and she also benefits massively from that armor change, right? I think about 350 of her HP is just that flat armor, so it would be nice to see. A lot of Winston probably still played here, but we'll have to see if these teams are absolutely opting into it as we just, we're panning through the beautiful sights of the sound stages and things like that.
Yeah, that's the only problem is with the D.Va. I mean, if you're going up against a Winston, a lot of your value might be a little lost. I think when it comes to straight damage, primary fire interaction, D.Va should win an out most of the time, but how the interaction just kind of spirals out when you have a D.Va involved, it's something that it seems like Valentine just doesn't want to do. They're mainly going to bring that Junker Queen, which one would assume you would mainly play on that low ground, potentially have maybe Kuna, Wicca up on that high ground. But Blood Bunny having that leap is going to make it pretty difficult to really hold any isolated positions.
Well, yeah, it's not even like Valentine can actually just say, okay, we recognize that they're going to be on dive, that's fine for us, and they could end up just stacking on top of each other, playing together, and make it so there's not that isolated target, dude!
Kindred's knife is just so brutal. She will hit some of the nastiest knives and the most consistent, which I kind of want to argue is even more scary.
I was going to say, like, obviously the knife doesn't do the most significant damage in the world, but the fact that that knife is there, it pulls an enemy out of position, but then also is just ready to be followed up on consistently like that is what's making Kindred so impactful right now. As Lava Lilies, they haven't even really had a chance to show off the dive, right? They've sort of been waiting on respawns for almost a full minute now.
Yeah, Villain went down, and now Blood Bunny got taken care of, so you have 3 minutes and maybe Lava Lilies will be able to turn this corner and actually look at the choke point. Villain almost gets taken down again, which would just be disastrous for Lava Lilies. Teleport will happen as you do see control taken by that Winston, by that Echo up on that high ground. Kindred walking up those stairs. Junker Queen, she is strong. She is not strong enough to immediately jump on that high ground, which Blood Bunny and the rest will be able to take care of. A 1-for-1, you do trade your tank for the Lucio, but as we see Valentine get a couple more kills, Lava Lilies really aren't going to have any more in this fight, besides maybe a couple of pokes.
Yeah, and you know, those trades back and forth are nice, right? If you're able to not sag yourselves out any further, you're able to sort of try to find an opportunity with that, right? As you're seeing Valentine, they're backing up just a little bit, at least to choke, knowing that they don't have their Echo in play just yet. But these knives from downtown, I mean, Kindred, we highlighted it already, but again, it's just such an impact in these fights.
It's also about ult charge. You get about 3%. Kindred on 98%. Gonna be able to swing, has that rampage, will immediately use it. The beat drop is there, so it's not gonna have too much impact. It's just gonna give Lava Lilies a little bit more time to stay alive, which seems to be what they need here. Down goes Kindred. Kuna so close to falling, but will instead take one almost down to the grave. And I think it's just hiding, trying to make sure they're not caught out. There they are. The health pack will respawn, so now it's essentially a full health Echo versus a very low health Tracer. Even if Kuna is able to win the fight, it might still be Lava Lilies on top, but just as I say that, the initial engagement, it is in Valentine to take complete control.
Yeah, with Kindred switching over to the Doomfist and having the speed boost from your Lucio there, I mean, being able to just re-engage in that fight, also throwing a Kitsune Rush on top of it, just made it so Valentine are able to stop it. You know, 87% still gain for Lava Lilies here, just needing one more tick to get that payload rolling here. And it could be off the back of Blood Bunny's Primal Rage. Now that they're on the Doomfist, a lot more potential to actually get a dive off and deal some significant damage.
Primal Rage is activated. But Zoe up on that high ground could be a lethal force if not taken care of, dealing a bit of damage to those supports, forcing them to hop off the high ground, use their cooldowns, as the rest of Valentine are in the front line, dealing massive amounts of havoc. And now with only Villain left alive, they take Zoe down to the grave, but I think with the amount of momentum that Valentine has, it's going to be hard to stop this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult now. You're back in the spawn room once again. You have to make sure you get somebody over to the objective to trigger overtime. And again, an overextension could lead to that.
Something to work off of here. No teleport for Wicca. She's getting so close to death. Does have the support of Zoe and will go down. So essentially, it is a 3v5 here. Zoe will take harmless, but Lava Lily still maintain a good momentum here. Kindred actually stops from contesting the point. Might be a good decision in the end, setting up for a nice little second point hold as you see Lava Lilies very easily take the point.
Yeah, they're able to take the point and get this objective moving here. Valentine might be in a situation where they're like, maybe we did a little too much trolling there, heading to the spawn room. We're getting punished for it. And Lava Lily's been more than happy to take these punishes. They're just getting more and more cleanup.
Yeah, they used the Winston bubble to make sure that whatever low health player was safe from any harm. It's a little bit of the side swap where now Lava Lily seems to be the one spawn camping.
Yeah, it's super nice. Valentine, they've switched Kindred back over to the Junker Queen here, and they're going to charge her, moving to the objective, but already in with a duplicate.
A lot of ultimates used. Pulse Bomb does not connect, as that Kitsune Rush is just going to make you speed out of the way. Can Dinner Party get that Rampage? Cannot, as Taicho will be the second player to fall, with Dinner Party being the third. So Lava Lilies, they are going to have to push the card even more at 80 meters, but they do have a decent amount of time, do have a decent amount of ults to fall back on.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that spawn camp the entire time was a 4v5 when you think about it, right? You knew that you had Harmless on the cart pushing the payload the entire time here, and Lava Lilies now have an impressive ult bank to work with here, but they've got to survive this duplicate first.
And they have to survive Kindred in their backline, which has been always a nasty thing. Zoe, the push, when you have Kindred and Zoe, it's so hard to deal with when there's just like essentially a multi-frontline war. A push happens I mean, good luck, Harmless. Essentially a small frog against a big world.
The smallest of frogs, but 10 more meters on the payload. I mean, hey, you'll take it where you can get it. But yeah, as you were saying, Kindred and Zoe, it's the sync. It's almost like the sync you'd expect from a dive, right? But it's still between your tank, who's just on Junker Queen, and still Tracer here. Being able to follow up on those knife pulls, the damage, it's just so consistent for Valentine, and so it's making them so good.
Have to keep eyes on Zoe, who has that pulse bomb. Doesn't actually get the beat drop, but now actually it's in your backline due to the rampage. There's a lot of damage coming onto Kindred. It will be enough to take her down, and Blood Bunny will take that space up top, forcing the rest of Valentine back onto the cart, back onto a little bit of a 4v5 defense. But you can see Zoe's plotting something, has that pulse bomb, but gets so close to taking out Dinner Party, will exactly do that, and still has the pulse bomb in her pocket. Hops down, Blood Bunny gets stuck, and does deal a little bit of residual damage, and that's going to be enough for the engagement coming out from Valentine. The swap onto the Balga is just not good for Lava Lilies here. Winston, Lucio is brutal, and yeah, Blood Bunny kind of calling out the Maga swap, which I get it.
See, it's one of those things where obviously I know the community sentiment about Malga. I don't personally share it that much anymore with the recent changes to Malga, because in that situation, like it was the right play to do, right? You didn't have Rampage online. You knew that they was going to be very close to your spawn, somewhere that your charge would be able to get you to pretty effectively. And the Winston, it's overtime. The Winston can't go anywhere. They have to stay on the payload and just put them in front of two miniguns and just watch that health vaporize. But, all of that being said, Lava Lilies, they were able to get almost to the end of point B.
You still gotta throw a couple tomatoes. I can't.
I agree to disagree. That is what I will say. I am not the Malga hater I once was.
Yeah. How do you feel? Do you feel that his most recent change was an objective nerf? Because I know that there's a lot of... Okay.
I think because... So, with Malga's recent change, it literally is just, he has to treat it like a temporary take a breather now, instead of this engage tool, which fundamentally changes how it interacts, but we can debate that more if more Malga comes into play.
Which I hope
hopefully not, but hey, Lava Lilies are on that diva you were talking about with a Bastion from Villain in tow here. Means a lot of spam damage for the Junker Queen comp to have to try to get through. Zoe, okay, there we go. Zoe's
the AFK. We'll see if they can attempt a 4v5. With that Bastion, though, would definitely make that a little difficult.
I thought that knife hit.
I thought that hit, too, and I was like, Kindred! Stop! They hit that one, but, I mean, it's kind of, one drop in the water was with Mari gone, Valentine still are going to have to wait just a little bit longer to really get any engagement.
Yeah, and I mean... Again, there's just going to be so much spam damage from these high grounds here that the Junker Queen comp, they have to path themselves in a very, very specific fashion in order to avoid things like the Bastion turret and stuff as they walk on the point.
You have to get as close as you can to this natural geometry just to avoid that massive amount of damage. Taicho is gone, which means Bastion is not going to have a lot of healing on his side, which Valentine take pure advantage of. There's a little bit of duking it out just outside the point, but Valentine, there is really no contesting from Lava Lilies. Simple as that. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to get 116 meters.
Yeah, it was a very confusing sort of defense situation there for Lava Lilies because they had the high ground. They could play the high ground effectively. They chose to give it up to go to the low ground with their Bastion form and Diva and such. But, that's in the past. They're looking to the now. They're sticking on the Diva with an on-a-brig backline still, hopefully trying to rely on some ults to maybe try to help carry in these fights.
Close to getting Kuna, who's actually going to use the duplication just to stay alive. And now Kuna besting Villain at her own game. There's going to be a stick, and it is going to happen onto Tycho. I mean, hey, when you've got two Tracers this deadly, what are you going to do if you're Lava Lilies?
Go back to spawn by the look of it. But, heading on into our next fight here, Valentine, they have a lot of momentum behind them. They're going to be able to put down the Kitsune Rush as well to sort of just keep this momentum going here. Lava Lilies, they have a Nano Boost. They could dedicate it onto Blood Bunny to make them more tanky, or they have Dinner Party with another duplicate online here. It could come up massively as this payload is nearing that golden box of victory.
Hold on. Very important 1v1.
Yeah. The long distance tracer.
Alright, thank you, Villain and Zoe. Very, very important. And now Zoe's just gonna go in for the assassination. Very silly opening to a fight. Very silly ending. As even though Blood Bunny does get the kill onto Zoe, there's not much of a fight at all. Valentine, they will continue on a very, very swift 2-0.
Yeah, heading on to that upper finals there. Lava Lilies heading to the lower bracket. Very silly match between friends here. I think a lot of fun was had. We can at least say that. But really, Valentine being able to pilot this Junker Queen comp against a dive like that, sort of just ignoring the map geometry of Hollywood and just doing what you wanted, it speaks volumes of your confidence, right? To be able to play that composition, and I can't even blame them, right? We talked about it the entire series on Kindred with those knives was just incredible, and then the follow up from Zoe on the Tracer was just there every single time. It's just such a chef's kiss.
Look, there's a reason that they are one of the top. Oh, excuse me. That they are one of the top teams in this scene, and it's going to be very, very hard to actually dethrone them. As we do see Valentine continue on to the winners finals. Lava Lilies is not out. They will go to the losers finals, so this will not be the last we hear of them, but we do have some more Kunoichi Overwatch just around the corner. Yeah, as we do get a little bit of a look on these replays, we go over kind of one last purview of the series.
Yeah, just one last little look here, and again, it was just this composition from Valentine. They were able to pilot it so unbelievably well. And, it's a composition that while Junker Queen got some significant buffs, I don't really think a lot of other teams are viewing Junker Queen as a hard meta. So again, it's just still being able to play this on some comfort heroes that you're just feeling that skilled on. You can go for it time and again. It's absolutely great. Meanwhile, Lava Lilies, I'm very excited to see what they'll end up doing in that lower bracket because they showed a variety of different compositions. If we think back to Antarctic, like that first round, it really was, close when they were matching Valentine on that Junker Queen mirror, the thing they're so good at.
I'm so glad we got a replay of that. Like that
The Tracer 1v1?
The Tracer 1v1? The very, very important bit for that last fight. But like I said, we've got more Kunoichi just around the corner. Should be the winners finals right after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Kunoichi Krush. We just had that very short break, and now we're back for the winners finals. We follow Valentine, who just won against Lava Lilies, and now Green Fortnite. These two teams have played before. We've seen this before, but how it's gonna go is still kind of up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the EU Open here, these definitely are the best two squads we have heading on into this one. Green Fortnite, like we said, happened off camera, but they went up against MRG, able to come away with a victory there. That lower bracket match is happening somewhere in the void, somewhere in the ether. But yeah, we have this one on stream for you. It's going to be an amazing game between these top two teams. We've seen it a million times before. But give it one more time. Why not?
Mm-hmm. We'll take one look at that bracket, see how these teams have moved, and also it's very nice to see some of those slots get filled in. So the loser of this will go on to play the winner of MRG Amethyst versus Lava Lilies, which we will not be covering, but we will be covering the losers finals and the grand finals as well. So if MRG Amethyst make it, everybody could get their time in the limelight tonight. But we're not worried about that. We're worried about Green Fortnite and Valentine. We can take a look at the rosters, which is going to be Green Fortnite #1.
And Green Fortnite, yeah, just a very talented squad. They won the last Kunoichi. It's a squad you know and love. Bun, Senna on that DPS line, Alisu on the tank, and then Velvet and Scuffed currently as the support line. This squad, it's, even though it's EU, you have some people playing over on the ping from NA and things like that. It's just a super talented team. There's a reason that they've won so much here in Kunoichi, and they're looking to add just another trophy to the case here with this one.
I mean, yesterday when I was casting with Kira and they played Valentine, that Alisu, Senna Bun combo was just so deadly. And Valentine, speaking of, didn't really have a good way around it. Obviously, Mari was on that flex support back then. We still had a couple of these other players substituted in. And, I mean, it was a 2-0. There's nothing you can really much say besides that maybe Valentine didn't give it their all. And hopefully they might now that they're on stream. But we'll have to just wait and see.
It's just going to be super interesting whether we know or not, right? Because Valentine, we just watched their matchup. They were playing a lot of that Junker Queen comp, right? So the question becomes, is that their meta comp? Do they believe that is going to be the best thing moving forward? Because they were even, like we just saw, they were piloting it on Hollywood of all maps, normally a very dive-centric map. So it will just come down to if that truly is what they want to do, or if they were maybe concealing strats here. But as we take a look at the map pool on your screen, now that we're out of that, first to two stage, first to threes, everybody's going to get their pick of the litter when it comes to each and every map type here. And it's going to be interesting to see where exactly we go first. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is Green Fortnite's pick to start us off. So, maybe they'd want to take us somewhere fancy like Oasis.
That's pretty fancy. A little academia world itself. So there is a nice mix of diveable areas, and I think considering that Alicio played so much ball yesterday, I would assume that Alicio would be continuing on the ball. And Junker Queen, I mean, it would work on maybe one of the points, maybe the second point as well, but when you look at the high ground on some of that, it's kind of devastating compared to Wrecking Ball to a Junker Queen.
I mean, it's especially thinking of it's City Center. You have the jump pad. That's always been known as your dive, and that's actually where we're starting out with. So that's kind of some perfect things. We have some cars here. If teams, they're ever feeling frisky, they can go play with the cars. But just a lot of that high ground to play with. Like you said, that Wrecking Ball composition, it's going to be deadly here. In Valentine, they don't have necessarily a straight-out answer. They're going with what is the generic, on-paper answer, already having Tuna on that Sombra, right? Because the idea is just you hack the ball on the in-gauges, remove those movement abilities, but, those ability removals aren't, the longest thing anymore with Sombra hacks. So if the ball is able to have enough health to sort of sustain through the initial hack and the healers are there, there's a lot of situations where this Wrecking Ball can sort of escape cleanly and then get right back into the fight.
Yeah, it's also just kind of about disruption. Like, you got the hack, and then you got the knife. And then it's just like, okay, now the wrecking ball has just been staying still for like 5 seconds. What do we do then? Nishu swinging up to that high ground, as we always would expect. But Valentine, they're going the long way around, seeing if they can catch a little unaware Velvet, who does get out. There's that hack onto Elysiu. As I said, going to disrupt this player just for a little bit. But so far, nobody has really gained this initial advantage, and Kindred can just stay on this point as long as she wants. And somehow, Mari stays alive. Nobody has gotten that first pick, and Kindred, still scrappy as ever, stays alive.
It's just this constant back and forth here, but the Tracers are finally finding blood in the backline here, so it could be the go button.
There's the hack. Doesn't get the job done. Keeps Elysiu standing still for a little bit. It will be what they need. A Tracer hack as well, combined with that virus. It's going to deal so much damage, especially to a low health Tracer. There is some good damage coming in from Valentine, but without a lot of healing, you're not really going to get too much. Zoe and Kindred, they've got a lot working together. They take care of both of the healers on green Fortnite, and it seems like they might flip, but they put up a great effort to keep the point.
Absolutely massive sort of engage situation there for Valentine, and now they're even pushing forward, getting more cleanup picks, as you're seeing, heading towards the spawn room once again.
Without Bun, though, green Fortnite doesn't have the engage that they want. I mean, Senna is great, but you need that additional burst damage that you have on the side of Bun.
Echo is super massive, like you're saying, just that burst damage being crucial, but already an EMP engage.
And dead as well. Stuff for Kuna. It's a difficult choice to decide who to go out. There is going to be an initial flip as Elysiu is going to take it, drop the mines, and Wicca is playing like red light, green light. Cannot move due to the mines directly in her way. And, I mean, that was just a one hamster show.
One hamster to rule them all, some might say, and it's just an absolutely impressive performance here. Green Fortnite have now set themselves up for, a few successful fight wins in a row here, in theory, right? They have a massive ult bank, just simply using the minefield for that one Valentine. They've emptied everything but their support ults here, so they just have a lot of sustained power, but not a lot of way to guarantee win these fights.
Wicca, you don't have a lot of self-healing as Kiriko, just that Lucio, so you're not going to last against the sticky bombs. Same with Bun. It is still a 4v4, but Green Fortnite do have control of the point. It actually has overtaken Valentine, so I think both of these teams are just going to simply wait it out, which is going to benefit Green Fortnite directly in the end. Kindred with that knife, trying to get that great pick that you always are looking for Kindred and the rest of Valentine to get. Duplication is going to be used just to save Bun from devastation, and with Elysiu gone, Valentine are going to be able to use the massive health pool of the Junker Queen to push the rest of Green Fortnite off, but not if Senna has something to say about it. Down goes Wicca, down goes the Kiriko, and we are in for a true roar brawl of a fight.
The back and forth here, it's just constant damage, right? Both teams have some amazing healers that are keeping everybody sustained, and there's not enough burst damage just yet. Maybe that pulse could be the answer.
Oh, now you have the minefield combined with the pulse bomb to keep Kindred inside of that little dome. You're constantly trading off, which is benefiting Green Fortnite, who have control of the point. Lucio gets Suzu, but Mari directly hops right into the mines. Hamster's just going to roll these remaining players around, and it seems like Green Fortnite, with Zoe falling, will be able to take control of that first point and get a lead.
And it's this constant fights that are happening, right? It's so elongated that you can't really tell who has the advantage. Teams are investing ultimates that is not guaranteeing fight wins. This is two teams that are respecting each other at a very high level. They're being able to kite some of these ultimates. They're able to sort of path the proper way to make it so they're not getting steamrolled by every single one like you'd see with some of our other matchups here. It truly is just an insane level of play that is occurring between these two squads, and it's so great to see. But Green Fortnite coming out ahead once again, in a lot of those longer fights, is what is going to be cause for concern here, right? Valentine, they have to find a way to actually burst out onto somebody and make sure these impact kills come through.
It's how the interaction between these two teams have been. Same with yesterday. It was Valentine would jump out, get a lead, but the longer things went on, Green Fortnite just slowly chip away. And with the hamster, I mean, you just got so much health. And with Senna and Bun by your side, Green Fortnite have so much damage. The rest of Valentine can't really do much without Junker Queen, without the sustain. So they have to back off, which is going to allow Green Fortnite to take this point and completely eliminate any advantage that Valentine might have.
And Valentine now having to give up the Junker Queen. They've gone over to the D.Va here to, be a little bit more of a peel tank, being able to go to your backline when they need, have a little bit more natural sustain yourself, not having to try to hopefully get some heals with knives and things like that here. As they slowly approach the point here again, though, I have to worry if they're going to get slammed on time and again by this Wrecking Ball. They don't really have a clear answer.
So this actually happened, right as you were saying it. Kindred hopped up to the high ground, and then we saw Elysiu dive the backline. Here's going to be the slam. Is there a good amount of damage? Kindred decides to use the Amphimatrix just to keep the Lucio alive, but Elysiu, barely alive, gets out with their life, but with Senna gone, Valentine will flip the point, but a duplication is going to be used just to try to keep Bun alive, who takes out the opposing Cassidy of Kuna. There really is just a nice little Spider-Man pointing at each other battle here. So it will eventually take care of the duplication with the Pulse Bomb. So far, Green Fortnite, they just have a menacing presence that pushes back the rest of Valentine. Another flip happens before the fight is even over, and it seems like Green Fortnite will still win the fight anyway.
And now they're able to, again, it's just so many situations where Green Fortnite, they're holding on to these massive ult banks, not having to expend in these fights here. Heading on into the next one, having both your DPS ults, especially that Captive Sun, it's going to be on Kindred's back to make sure that this one doesn't get too much value here as more angles are being held.
That is a brutal play, forcing everybody to this left side, while Senna is just going to absolutely go on fire, light up the kill feed with her name. Green Fortnite, I mean, they don't have a lot of ults, but they have momentum, which is a powerful thing.
And they're just playing so unbelievably smart, right? Using the Amp Matrix to force them all into the waiting arms of the Tracer here. And this ball is just constantly a harassment on top of the team. They can't get it away!
And is waiting for the Sunburst to go off. Kindred isn't worrying about Zoe, which is exactly where Senna will strike. There's currently a 3v3, but Elysiu does have that minefield. It will go out. And I was actually, I think, typing in the chat, even with the minefield, Elysiu knows that you don't really have to do anything here. You just wait for the rest of Valentine to walk onto the point, blow up as usual, but that's not exactly happening. Valentine have gained a bit of control, forcing Elysiu and the rest of Green Fortnite back, but Senna always puts a stop to anything that Valentine do.
This Tracer's been absolutely massive here. Valentine, they're on their last legs. Hopefully this Kitsune Rush gives them the power, but I don't think it will.
Yeah, well, we only have a Baby Diva alive. She's got a blaster, but it is not that powerful. Zoe's going to try to put an effort to touch. It's not going to amount to anything. Green Fortnite will take the first map without even a third point.
They don't need it here. This Wrecking Ball composition, they're piloting it so well, especially with the certain variants that they've had right now, being able to show off this Baffalari backline. It's a backline that has a lot of sustain healing, sure, but being able to also be these massive damage sources, as you saw with the Amplification Matrix and attempted with the Captive Sun here, it just means every single person on Green Fortnite becomes a lethal threat that has to be addressed. And Valentine, I mean, every threat, they don't know what is first.
Yeah, you've got the massive 800 plus HP hamster to deal with. You've got Senna in your backline, only 150 HP, but zipping back and forth, almost never seeming to miss. There are so many things that you have to deal with that all of them seem overwhelming at once. Like decision anxiety, one could call it in that specific instance. I don't know if Senna, I think that was Senna who said it, Scuffed apparently needs to throw up. So, I don't know how long we're gonna be in between the first map and the second. I mean,
I don't know. Is that maybe Banter being like, "Oh, that was a disgusting performance from us"? Is this?
that's the thing. Is it's like,
Am I too old to understand what's happening
take
here?
These teams, you can't really take them at face value because they're silly goobers. But we'll see. If that's true, we are going to have hybrid next, and yesterday we did see King's Row between these two teams, which, in my opinion, I still think it benefited Elysiu and Green Fortnite due to the amount of area you could get with that Wrecking Ball. We'll see if that's going to be a similar place. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. History repeats itself. So, will it repeat itself again with another Green Fortnite victory?
I mean, to be fair, right? When you're looking at the hybrid map pool, you have Hollywood, you have like Eichenwald, and I think Midtown's the other map in there. It's like, where do you go that a Wrecking Ball doesn't benefit? And there's not an option, right? There's just simply not a hybrid map. I don't even think in the game that's built for that here. And as we're just taking a look at some highlights, again, it's just obviously the Wrecking Ball is such a highlight, right? Because you don't see that much ball play, and it's some really phenomenal ball play, taking advantage of a lot of the tech. But the rest of the team being able to sort of create these pincer maneuvers, follow up, be impressive damage dealers themselves, it's always so impactful here. And like, we've already highlighted it so much. Valentine, they don't know where to look first, right? They have to sort of all get on the same page and be like, all right, this is what we're going to do first. We want to take out, whoever it is, right? Senna, Elysiu, whichever target you pick, you have to find a way to dismantle that target, get them away from their team, and then try to make progress forward. Because addressing all of them at once, it's just not going to work out for you right now.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why Elysiu and the ball work so well is because of Bun and Senna. You have the lethal force, which makes it so you have to choose between the big HP or the absolute Destructor 9,000 killing machine directly next to you. What are Valentine going to do here as we head on to King's Row? If Scuff had to throw up, it was a very, very quick one. I'd say a world record almost, but obviously we hope not. I don't want Scuff to throw up. That would be bad.
I hope our players are as well as they can be. I'm not going to say that I hope they're well, because then you're going to get a lot of people being like, nobody's actually well. But I'm going to say as well as they can be. But yeah, so it's just sort of the question of what exactly both teams want to pilot here. For the defense, Valentine, they seem to want to try to make their Junker Queen comp work here. For first point, I feel like it's going to be rather rough with a lot of high ground, unless they plan to do very specific defensive pathing. Once you get into second or third, it should be looking a little bit better. Meanwhile, Green Fortnite, they're still in spawn, some time to switch, but possibly some pop shots coming out here from Senna on the Widowmaker, and then Velvet, Vapper's End, you could really pick one. Either way, you're going to be dealing damage and wreaking havoc. I can feel it.
I saw the Sommer pick early on in Oasis, and it actually seemed like it was doing a decent job, but Valentine make the decision to not stick with it. So they have to have the key to defeating Elysiu somewhere else. We'll have to see if it comes in that Cassidy, the flashbang, quote-unquote, magnetic grenade change that we had. Great little purple coming out there from Scuff, but Kindred is immediately going to follow with a Suzu, as both these teams slowly inching forward, inching back. Valentine wanting to not cede too much right now.
Just waiting here, sort of posturing themselves, which is exactly what the ball comp wants to do, right? They're setting themselves up for their engage here, slowly taking their time. Meanwhile, Valentine, they seem to have stacked a majority of themselves in Hotel here, trying to be on top of each other to get value out of the Queen.
There it is. There's Elysiu. The raid boss has been defeated, and now Green Fortnite are going to back off. Senna's going to swap on to the old Tracer, and Elysiu is going to go on to the Winston. So you could say they have unlocked the key to what would defeat the Wrecking Ball, and they immediately force off of the Wrecking Ball, but Senna takes down Zoe. That always seems to be the case in these engagements. Bun is so low, but able to get out. Not what Valentine need in this engagement. Kuna hits a great headshot, and down goes Bun eventually. The Kitsune Rush will just increase Cassie's rate of fire to exponential levels at this point. And a Nano Boost isn't really going to do much but increase Elisu's survivability. Almost could call it a waste.
Yeah, that's going to be a Nano Boost that you absolutely wish you had back. And Kuna has been a menace on this Cassidy. You know, you were talking about it, right? Just constantly being able to deal damage to every single target here. Velvet now trying to find some value with the Captive Sun, but the barriers there to stop it.
Oh my gosh. Cassidy is schmovin' since his buffs to his ult. They're able to take out Elisu combined with the Lucio speed boost. It's kind of turned into a quote-unquote zoning ult into something that can be so deadly.
Exactly, and now, you know, Valentine, they're setting themselves up very good on the defense for Green Fortnite finally coming into some ults their own. They have the duplicate. Senna is getting closer to that pulse bomb as well. They could have some engaged tools as they all manage to just dodge the Rampage.
Wow. Kindred's got to be a little miffed about that, because it's essentially going to cost her her life. And potentially the point here, because without the Junker Queen, you're not going to have that re-engagement. Kindred swaps to the demon himself, Mauga, which, as you kind of stated previously, makes sense when you're going up against the Winston. Will charge on in, go for the contest. While that's happening, Elisu will jump into the back line. The Kitsune Rush is going to make surviving so difficult. But for Kindred on the point, without support, she will fall, as will Kuna. And Zoe will be able to claim one, but Valentine eventually do have to cede the point.
And that's the issue with Malga right now, right? If you are not shooting the other tank to make sure you're getting those extra shield health and then also using it when your cardiac overdrive comes online, you know, you're going to just fall over like that, right? The rest of the squishy targets, you're not going to be able to deal enough damage to get that life force back. And Elisu was just in their backline the entire time. So, you know, no opportunity for Kindred, who's now back on the Junker Queen here. But they do want to try to maybe walk forward with this one, but there's a Nano Monkey on the horizon for Green Fortnite to try to push this fight in their advantage.
Elisu's got to be careful, but there's that Nano, and you can see the immediate retreat from Valentine. They do not want to mess with Elisu, who themselves has to back off due to a low amount of HP. It doesn't really do much besides force Valentine to give a bit of cart progress, but that leaves the way for more ults to come online. Bun's taken out with the snap of a finger. Almost. And now with two ults on the side of both, what is next on the step of ultimates that need to be used? It seems like it's going to be the beat drop, and another beat drop, and another pulse bomb, and a high noon, and a Kitsune Rush. Are you keeping count on your hands, or have you run out of fingers at this point? Seems like it will be Valentine after all the chaos to take control.
One of the best things about 5v5 is that you can't run out of fingers. You got all your ult counting right here. But yeah, I mean, Green Fortnite absolutely insane that they were not able to, you know, come away with that one here. They have a Primal Rage online now, being able to sort of disposition some people, move them out of the way, and make some more space for the rest of your team to maybe find the value that we were seeing them get on Oasis here. Meanwhile, Valentine, for their defense here, they have another Rampage online. This one, hopefully, does not miss everybody and their mother, because remember, Green Fortnite, they're piloting without a Kiri right now, so no cleanse means that Rampage should be lethal.
One. Onto a Winston who can Primal Rage. Kindred, the Rampages just aren't working right now, and the juggling like a professional circus act puts Kindred directly into the line of Bun, takes out Kuna, immediately duplicates, and I mean, what can you say about Elisu and Bun? Even though they're not on the Wrecking Ball in the they're not on the Wrecking Ball, still making things work.
And that, I think, is the most lethal combo in the game, right? Regardless of what the characters are, having that level of synergy between your tank and either of your DPS, it's what can bring your game to another level. We saw Kindred and Zoe piloting amazingly in our first series. They seem to have sort of lost that synergy, and if they're hoping to get a 3rd-point hold here, I mean, they're going to have to try to find that synergy once again.
Senna's keeping Zoe in check massively. When you count the like 1v1, it's always been Senna. Zoe does get stuffed with a pulse bomb. So that could make this engagement a little bit better for Valentine, but giving your life for the cause could seem worth it when you take out the main support on the side of Green Fortnite. It seems to be successful. They back off for just a little bit.
Backing up for the moment here, but now Kitsune Rush for the defense means Elisu's already eliminated, and this is just going to be the sound retreat into spawn here that Green Fortnite has to do, right? They don't really have any other options. They're not able to try to fight inside of that Kitsune Rush. So now heading into the next fight, both teams have this sound barrier online. These Lucios probably going to try to counteract other ults or things of that nature, as Kuna has this Deadeye and then Bun has the duplicate on the other side here.
Yeah, Bun's duplicates are always ones you have to keep track of, because sometimes they can just be a nightmare for Valentine. Going on an itty-bitty flank here as Elise, who's just going to hop on over. Getting a little dangerous. There's going to be the copy onto the Junker Queen. Can Bun get that rampage? I don't even think it matters if Bun gets that rampage, because Bun finds two in the Junker Queen format. Cassidy, Tracer, Echo, Junker Queen, still finding heads.
And now Green Fortnite heading towards the end of the map here. Not a lot of time in the bank, though, so probably only going to get one more good fight at this here. Valentine ready to rush out for their defense, still having that sound barrier, and Kindred has one more chance to make this rampage look impressive in this final fight.
And Elise, who's almost got that Primal Rage as well. Senna hitting a nice pulse bomb on the Kuna is going to make this a little more difficult. No, Kindred! Kindred, we needed it to happen, and Velvet hits a lovely boop, which might send Valentine's chances of defending this cascading down along with Kindred in the depths. It's going to be overtime, but Green Fortnite are still going to cap the third checkpoint.
They cap all three here. Valentine now has to answer back. The upside being, as you said, it was in overtime. So Valentine, the clock is not going to be an issue. It's simply about getting the job done here. And, it's completely possible, right? They had some good solid fights on their defense throughout the map here. The question is going to be for Green Fortnite's defense, right? Are they going to continue to pilot this monkey? Could they go back to something like the Wrecking Ball, or do they even have more cards up their sleeve that they're prepared to show for Valentine here? Because Valentine, I think we know at this point, they're going to run the Junker Queen whenever humanly possible. If they feel forced off of it, it'll be likely over to a Malga or something like that. The rest of the team not really making any swaps. And why would you, right? Kuna, Zoe, both great on their roles. Same with Mara and Wicca. But for right now, at least on the defense, Green Fortnite hovering this Wrecking Ball, it's going to be a very interesting defense where they almost have to engage first on a Junker Queen, which is something you'd never want to do, but trying to catch them by surprise is really how Wrecking Ball is going to have to operate here.
I could say to pilot the Winston is it's like get in the scientist, Shinji. I just wanted to make that joke. I've never watched Evangelion. I just thought of it. I'm sorry. That was very dumb. Kuna will go for the Widowmaker, not going to hit those shots, immediately swapping along with Zoe, sticking with the Junker Queen comp, as is expected for this team. It's really just how they deal with the three deadly characters, Alicia, Senna, and Bun. Alicia kind of hinting that they want to go into that back line, but it's still what we saw at the beginning of the previous round, where they're just waiting to see who can get that initial pick.
It's just sort of the waiting game now, as both Tracers taking the time-honored Tracer duel here. It'll be Senna's recall forced out first here. Both of them just getting health packs and things like that. But these rotations on high ground you're seeing from Green Fortnite, just sort of back and forth trying to control it and put Valentine below them at all times.
That looked dangerous for Valentine. Scuffed hits a very nice anti immediately Suzu'd, which allows Kindred and the rest to take down Elisu, but it is still a 4v4. I think with the Wrecking Ball, Elisu should be able to get back. We should have a recontest, but so far it's going pretty well for Valentine. Don't really have a lost fight. There is that recontest. Senna is able to bop Wicca directly on the head. Even though the Pulse Bomb doesn't hit, taking out that main support is really going to be what you want in the end. Story goes, can Green Fortnite stay alive to reap the rewards? Impossible to say. A couple of other key characters go down, and it seems like for the time being, they're able to stay the course.
And I mean, the fact that Green Fortnite turned what should have been a full point cap into just one tick here, and now with the pulse bomb out, actually Elisu could go down here. It might have to be another tick given up here while Green Fortnite tries to stabilize again.
And they have to use the duplication along with everything else. There is going to be Bun, always claiming heads as usual in that duplication. But Kindred finally has her time to shine. The High Noon is going to get something, and the Rampage finally connects onto a couple of players. Can they actually get anything done off of it? It seems like it wouldn't even matter regardless, as with only 2 to 3 players left alive, the rest of Valentine can just circle the boats and eat them up like sharks.
And now that the payload has been unlocked here for Valentine, their composition, I was talking about it at the start of the map, it just gets infinitely better, right? That first point has so much high ground to loop around with, and as you go through King's Road, there's just less and less of it, and it's more passable if you need to get up onto that high ground. It truly feels oppressive here. So Valentine, they're definitely going to get stronger as we keep heading forward here. Kindred dropping low thanks to Elisu, but able to get out. But Kuna, again on this Cassidy, has really just been a menace, hitting these shots.
Yeah, forcing everybody to play at a decent distance where you can use the natural geometry of the map to your advantage. It's what you want from a Cassidy. Even though he did have his range decrease, as long as you can keep that consistent damage up, that's all you need. I love that they're constantly looking behind them. Like, Senna is just waiting in the dark, ready to pulse bomb, constantly having to look behind you. It's gonna happen sooner or later. Here's the duel in the backline between Zoe and Senna. Well, that's happening. Kuna's gonna be able to get a High Noon onto Bun. Zoe is gonna have to join this fight just to do a little bit of damage, keep everybody up. But Velvet, it's a great sunburst, and now 2 players are gone on the side of Valentine. Can Green Fortnite find their way back in this? Doesn't seem like they will, despite a great play from Velvet.
Yeah, it would take a miracle from the DPS line here, because the supports are just being hammered in the back. Kindred being able to remove them both here, but the DPS are coming up big.
Ooh, Kindred, time is not on her side. The health pack is not going to be her friend. The pulse bomb does stick, but Primal Rage is activated. Zoe, with only 175 HP, is going to have to back off. And I mean, there was a lot of moving pieces that allowed Green Fortnite to bring it back.
And now with it being brought back, you're looking towards this next fight, right? Wicca has another Kitsune Rush online here, matched with a Nano that can be slapped onto Elisu at any time here. It would be massive to sort of nano your monkey in the middle of that Kitsune Rush and just force everybody back out of fear of the damage of that Nano Monkey. But Senna already starting off the fight strong.
Remember, doesn't matter what time you get the card to the 3rd checkpoint, all that matters is you do. But the more time that Elisu and Senna keep draining from Valentine, it's going to make that job a lot harder. About 30 seconds drained off the clock with the initial kill on Tamari, followed by everybody else.
I mean, the upside is that Nano Boost had to be invested in what was essentially a 4v5, right? Because Mari was missing from the fight that entire time. So that's an upside for Valentine here, as now they have a Rampage online as well. But Senna, been a menace this entire series. You're seeing lurking in the corner here. They're just unaware of the Tracer.
One HP. Oh my god, able to get away. Can Senna claim another? She can. There's really no one to stop her right now. The Pulse Bomb is dedicated. Kindred will fall. Now another 30 seconds wasted off the clock, and they might have a decently brutal stagger.
I just want to talk about how filthy it was to be able to blink to juke the axe swing and then kill Kindred out. Like, that just... Like, I'm still there despite the fact that other stuff happened in that fight. Team Fortnite going to have more for their defense here, though. A sound barrier to live through whatever they choose. Wicca still holding on to this Kitsune Rush. Hasn't had a chance to really use it. As now Valentine, they find themselves pathing to the high ground just to try to get back the cart.
But it has the High Noon that they could use as well. Another great anti, and Elisu sees that and pounces on it. And now a great bit of damage is gone. The High Noon is off the board. No healing with Wicca and Mari gone. It's seems like maybe Valentine might be able to eat their way back into this, but the beam of Bun is just too devastating. And Kuno, with no movement option besides a singular roll, will be Green Fortnite taking map 2.
Putting themselves to match point, almost grand finals bound, just one more map in their arsenal. Valentine, you know, it's not been one-sided though. Like, that's something that we absolutely have to highlight. This is, for the first time in a while, we've seen Green Fortnite be a little bit uncomfortable, right? They've had to actually make swaps. They can't just pilot their wrecking ball, be like, oh, we're just going to do this. We know we're better, da-da-da-da-da. They're able to, actually make their opponents think, have to sort of react to what they're doing constantly here. But Green Fortnite still, it's just, they're on another level right now. And Valentine, they have to level up even further than they already have to try to actually get some of these map points.
Yeah. The next map, or the next mode, excuse me, is going to be Flashpoint, but we are going to have a bit of a quick break after we get to see Kuna and Elisu and Zena and Bun just absolutely throw hands with everybody. And, Mari kind of accepting her death right there.
Hey, sometimes you have to accept the death. There's just too much power going on here. But yeah, just some well-timed ultimates here. I really like the Nano Monkey engages. It was just so good every single time, and we saw how much respect Valentine had for it when it came out. But again, it just wasn't enough to weather the storm.
Oh, we got a replay of Kindred getting booped off the map. Unfortunate to see. Seems like Kindred did have a better second round, but overall,
oh, most definitely.
Yeah, the oppressive force of Green Fortnite was just too much.
Yeah, and that's the issue with Jungle Queen. It's very much a feast or famine. Like, if you're getting those knife bolts, if you're getting those axe wings to constantly keep generating your HP, it's great. Everything feels amazing, but in those situations where maybe you don't land the knife, that rampage doesn't go the right way, it feels like just hindering, where you're just like, gosh, I know I could be doing more, but I just don't live long enough because I'm not getting that extra healing I need.
Yeah, but like I said, we've got Flashpoint coming up. We're going to take a quick break. Hopefully Valentine will use that break to craft up some new strategies on how to defeat the deadly team that is Green Fortnite. We'll see you right after this break. Welcome back from the break. We're on the cusp of seeing Green Fortnite go on to the grand finals and Valentine going on to the losers finals to play the winner of Amethyst and Lava Lilies. I'm Light Rose, joining me is Megalas, and what we've seen has just been a domination coming out from Green Fortnite.
Absolutely. They're just, they're currently piloting their compositions at just such a higher level right now. They've actually been forced off of the wrecking ball in some situations, but still, they have that Winston in the back pocket. Winston, I don't think there's ever a situation in Overwatch where Winston has been bad, besides, maybe Goats. Even then, some teams still made it work. Just always a reliable hero, especially when we saw in that last map Nano Boost being pumped in. But, this is a chance for a turning point for Valentine here. Especially with their pick coming through of New Junk City. This is definitely, of our Flashpoint maps, this is brawl heavy. This is, you have to brawl in a lot of these situations, which is perfect for their Junker Queen comp. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, Ball, Monkey, they don't brawl as well here. So it will be interesting to see if Green Fortnite tries to change things up, if they try to show us another look, or if they simply try to force their style upon Valentine.
I mean, I could see that happening early on, within the first couple points, but sometimes with Flashpoint, when you have that momentum rolling, it's really hard to get back into it, especially when you've got to start regaining some more ultimates, get back to the point. So there really is just a difficult decision to make going into this third point. Obviously, you're hoping that for Valentine, that New Junk City will power up Junker Queen even further to actually get a little bit of a dog in this fight, because so far, as you can kind of see with the points, Green Fortnite won 0-2, and then Green Fortnite simply cascaded all the way to victory on King's Row.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would be the map, right? New Junk City, obviously, you could argue lore buff if you wanted to, but just, again, the brawl is very favored here, and if you're able to carry the momentum, say you win this map if you're Valentine, right? All the push maps really do kind of favor Queen compositions. You're able to sort of pilot that there as well, and just keep that momentum rolling. That first half of the series, it is the more rougher side for this Queen composition, for the brawl here, but, Valentine, they're on brawl. We all expected it. Green Fortnite for the time being at least, currently looking to try to pilot this wrecking ball once again here. The question is what they are going to play with it. It seems like it'll probably be a teleport out of spawn before Senna goes back over to that Tracer. They've been so dominant on. And it's going to be the Baptiste Iari backline once again here, which means lots of sustain, lots of healing. But again, that's just more damage dealers that Valentine has to worry about.
Valentine, they have to control the tempo, control the positioning of Green Fortnite best they can. Kendra's just gonna run into the enemy backline. That's exactly what they needed. They force the positioning of Green Fortnite to adapt, and when they do, it's simply too late. Maybe they did use that break to think of what they could do going into this third map.
Sure, you lose your queen in that fight, but that's exactly how you have to play, right? Green Fortnite's composition benefits against the queen by poking it out, right? Don't give them that opportunity, just go. However, with your queen missing, you're seeing what happens now, where Green Fortnite just re-engages and they get their picks.
Losing that Junker Queen and having her walk back just a bit too late to save Kuna and the rest of Valentine. So I think you just have to kind of get yourself together, try to go in for another similar type of play that we saw early on from Valentine.
Because again, yeah, Green Fortnite, they want to poke out this queen composition. Valentine can't allow any poke, any resources to be expended on their approach. They have to have everything for their engage, because if they can come in, they can punch really, really hard with their abilities, as we saw them do in that first fight. That's how they're going to be able to turn fights against this ball composition.
Ooh, Bun almost taken out, using that duplication to give herself a little bit more life and a little bit more firepower up against Wicca, who actually will fall, but is taking Kuna and Wicca down enough for Green Fortnite to hold the point. It doesn't seem like it's really going to dispel them away from trying to cap, especially without that tank. It's going to allow Kendra just to slam her way in, use that axe, use that knife to regain control. But there's that minefield countered with the beat drop. And it does do its job of keeping Valentine off that point, confusing their time by having them shoot the minefield, but Zoe in the back line just cannot get anything done with the massive amounts of damage, point flip aside.
Yeah, and so now Green Fortnite, they're able to flip this one back after it's all said and done here, and they're able to take the first point here on New Junk City. This ball comp, you know, they're getting poked out, right? You're seeing especially where Scuffed is playing on that upper riser, just nobody able to really get onto that Baptiste, right? Valentine's comp, it lacks, you know, any sort of verticality with trying to get out there. Part, of course, being, you know, Mara trying to go up there on the Lucio maybe, but it's just going to be that question here as now, you know, heading into the next fight, Green Fortnite at least had to expend everything to secure that one. Valentine, they have plenty of ultimates to work with. It's just a matter of making sure they actually find value and find purchase against this very split Green Fortnite squad.
I was going to say, Valentine seems like they've lost the tempo that they had, but Bun has fallen. Kuna's able to hit the shots, and Zoe's able to track and deal that damage that they need to take down Elisu and deal probably the leading force of the strategy for Green Fortnite. Senna goes down. The point does start in Valentine's favor, exactly like it did on the first one.
And I think that that's going to have to start being Valentine's like best chance at opening up fights, right? Stop trying to chase down the Wrecking Ball. There's too much healing. There's too much HP on the ball. You're not going to be able to chunk through it. Find somebody else to punish, like Scuffed with a Deadeye.
Boop, it's hard to say whether that helped or hindered Green Fortnite. All we know is that Scuffed and Bun did go down. That's going to increase the amount of percentage that Valentine is going to be able to get on that point. So about 50%, and with the ultimates that Green Fortnite have in pocket, this is definitely achievable.
Yeah, and now with this engage here, you're seeing another minefield, but it's just being countered. You know, Valentine, they don't care about the ball anymore. They're just going forward.
The ball is worrying about them. Kuna and Senna descend onto the Cassidy. The Kiriko is going to be next. So Valentine, they had a great strategy, but Ball and Tracer and Echo are just so much of a power combo.
And, you know, you can ignore Ball until Ball starts getting kills, and that's when the problem starts to arise there. Of course, Duplicate also invested from Bun in that fight. And, you know, it says Valentine reeling once again. They do get up to 99%, though. They're going to come into this next one with a Kitsune Rush as well as a Sound Barrier, right? So they definitely have tools to turn this. But they can't focus their attention on point right away, right? Again, it's all about finding that tech on this, you know, one of the squishier members of Green Fortnite before really thinking about the objective.
But Senna is just there, being a force to be reckoned with. But Kuna turns to their right, takes out that deadly combo in the backline, and now it's really just the Wrecking Ball and the Echo that this team has to worry about. The beat drop's going to give them a little bit of time to work with. It will eventually go away, but like I said, enough time to deal with Elisu, flip that point, and take it, allowing another reset and another point to be counted.
And so now we are tied up 1-1 here on New Junk City, and Green Fortnite, you know, they're starting to not necessarily fall apart, right? But they're starting to falter in these little minor ways. They're not exactly, you know, getting these clean engages. You're seeing them play a little bit reckless almost, where Senna and Bun, they're overextending in situations because they're like, yeah, we're better. We can just do this. And they're actually getting punished for it. Great adaptation coming through from Valentine in that sense. And if they're able to keep pushing their advantage like that, they should be able to sort of take these next fights, you know, with ease.
Especially if you make sure that Senna just doesn't hide in these little nooks and crannies like she really loves to do. Nano Boost and Kitsune Rush are dedicated. So Valentine, they have got a lot of force and a lot of rate of fire buffs. And it's enough to take down Senna, but the minefield is going to stop them from really going on that western side of the point, as you can see from Kindred's point of view. They are going to be able to cap for the third time in a row initially, but that ante is brutal and enough to potentially trade the tank and make it so that Green Fortnite can take this very early on. But the Cassidy stays alive. Kuna has enough healing behind them. But Senna simply puts a stop to that. Anytime you think this fight's going one way, it cascades into the other. It's almost never ending. Can Green Fortnite finally get some control onto the point? It seems like they will.
After 45% is given, which that's massive, considering, how quickly Flashpoint maps can tick up, right? That's almost room for Valentine to get a second or potentially third fight onto this point if they ever need it. Heading on into the next one, though, you have to keep in mind, Green Fortnite, they have a lot of tools to work with. Valentine, they've really drained their bank besides this upcoming rampage from Kindred here. They've been able to find value. There's no cleanse on the other side still because they're piloting the Ana. It's just going to be the matter of making sure the impact is actually there and they follow up on the target.
Kuna has stepped up a little bit in between the second and third map, starting it with a pick onto Senna, but Kindred makes a mistake and uses that rampage just as she dies. So Green Fortnite don't really have to do much besides dedicate that pulse bomb, and they might get this point capture.
It could be the point here, like you said. Valentine, it's not a situation they want to be in at all. It could potentially mean that Mari has to go over to the point, just dedicating themselves to touch it. But it will actually be the Tracer, Zoe, in forcing the recall already.
There is a high-powered hamster directly on the point, putting the minefield all over it. The sound barrier is initiated, so it is going to make sure that Kuna stays alive to deal that damage that Valentine really need, but only buys you time. Kuna will go down, and now it's just up to Zoe to deal the damage that they need. Bun will fall. The stick happens onto Scuff. They needed Zoe, and Zoe was called into action. Valentine are going to be able to find the kills that they need, flip that point, and if Alicia can get staggered, probably win.
I was going to say, yeah, this point theoretically should be theirs here. That pick on the Wrecking Ball all but solidifies it. It'll be a stagger touch at best, and yeah, you don't even see them attempting to approach here. So now Valentine on the precipice of actually being able to take this Flashpoint map and send us into push here. They still, have to secure another point. That being said, it's just this level up of this DPS line, as you were talking about. Zoe and Kuna both delivering in fights back to back like that. It's exactly what you want to see, right? Them being able to sort of not just punish over aggression, but sort of take initiative, realize they can, go for supports on their own, remove them from the fight, things of that nature. It's what's making them, feel a lot more powerful here.
Absolutely. We're not seeing them get initially first picked, scuffed away from their team, not even close at all, and now Velvet going exactly where Scuff died, essentially to die on their gravestone. Wicca and Mari have fallen, so it's not as simply as easy peasy for Valentine. They haven't even capped the point. In fact, it's really only Kindred and Zoe trying to defend against the Horde, and now Alicia is going to dedicate that minefield. The axe has to be used. The Rampage is going to make sure that Velvet doesn't heal at all, and then the anti is used directly onto Kindred, followed by a Suzu. The backup is here for Valentine, but it's not enough to save the tank of Kindred, which could be the most important character, and Kuna's just gonna stop before they walk into a wall of death.
The fact that Green Fortnite was able to flip that fight is nothing short of impressive, right? You lose your entire backline, you just say, you know what, we can just go in. We've got it going for us. And that's the danger of playing with Ana, right? You're sort of out of position a lot of the time, and if Valentine's able to recognize that, constantly find scuffed, it could be an issue. But if you're trading backlines like you saw Elisu and Senna do there, you can turn these tides in so many situations.
Here's that high noon, and Senna's just not quick enough to get out of that range. Kuna gets it started once again. The damage just peppering down that Wrecking Ball, while Velvet is worried about that stray Zoe in their backline. We talked about how Zoe and Kuna have picked it up, and I think this fight really does display it perfectly.
Yeah, and with that removal of Bun, you're now seeing a situation where Valentine, they flipped in the middle of that whole engagement, so despite that being the only real death of the fight, Green Fortnite, they have to choose to back out here and, find their chance to re-engage in. Sure, they have a sound barrier, but they don't want to invest that just to get into this point.
Sune Rush dedicated. Extend a little farther to force Green Fortnite to can see more space. So he has the Pulse Bomb in her pocket along with Senna, so both of those could be used to great use, and it's probably going to be very powerful. Senna's Pulse Bomb goes out, does not connect, and you can kind of see Zoe's target right there. It connects. Scup will fall, as will Elisu, and this might be Valentine's first map win. There is going to be a duplication to try to counter the sound barrier. It's not going to last. And as time ticks down, Velvet falls without touching the point. Valentine will take their first map win, and we will go to map 4.
A very important map win here for Valentine. You know, we talked about the momentum this can build, right? Because after this, we're heading on over to Push. And again, all of the Push maps, you can really play a lot of this Junker Queen style. It's all linear maps that you can sort of take advantage of, you know, with your rotations and things like that here. If I'm Green Fortnite, even though I'm still up 2-1, I have to start, you know, thinking in the back of my mind, how do we shut down this rush, right? They're constantly going onto our backline. Does this mean that we can't get away with things like the cheeky Ana and stuff? Do we have to try to play more standard with a Kiri or maybe even a Moira just for survivability of your backline in these engages?
I loved as we went to like the spectator, we got to hear the beginning of the Transformers menu music. It's like da, 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 da. It's kind of funny. I wanted to ask you though, as we go into Push, do you think it was the DPS kind of pushing them forward, or it really was like Ball being a little bit neutered by the map type?
I'd like to think it was like a mix of both, right? Like obviously, you know, it's harder for the Wrecking Ball composition here, but, you know, it's undeniable, right? Zoe and Kuna both having hero moments throughout this point. Zoe specifically, I want to highlight, right? This is sort of the level of independence you need from your Tracer in a lot of these situations where, you know, they can't go with the rest of the team, and that's okay, right? Being able to sort of set up your own pincer maneuvers, whether it's actually with the rest of the team or just going in alone saying, hey, I can remove this Honor real quick, I'll get her out of the fight, then we'll go in as a team. Everybody else just stay safe. And then, not just saying that, but being able to deliver it is so unbelievably massive in these fights here. Being able to keep it up, though, that's going to be another question, especially if Green Fortnite, they try to make adaptations over to something like, you know, just a more survivable backline.
Yeah, we got to see the Zoe highlights. Some of the Pulse Bomb we didn't see that really spurred that final fight victory for Valentine. I'm excited to see which push map. Part of me wants to see Runasapi, because I have only gotten to see that get played a little bit. It's Esperanza. That one makes the most sense, because I think you are going to get a little bit of, you know, you got the pillar in the middle for Ball to just swirl off of. There's a lot more usage you can get out of him on Esperanza compared to some of these other ones.
I couldn't agree more. Like, Esperanza, it's where you have to pick just to try to play the Ball composition. But still, again, the Junker Queen composition, you know, the only real high ground you have to worry about, there's a very easily accessible staircase for anybody with a speed boost or a shout to get up in just a matter of a second here. So, again, it's going to come down to, you know, seeing if Green Fortnite, they still have this confidence to push forward, be over-aggressive. Because, again, they were teetering throughout this whole series, right? Right on that edge of just flat-out beating. And that last map, they really sort of finally pushed past. They were like, all right, we've gone a little bit too far. We saw a few situations where the DPS were overextended, and they were actually finally getting punished for it, which is great adaptation from Valentine to be able to sort of focus in on that. Just a lot of mistakes that are finally, you know, coming to light here. Something important to note, just went and checked our stats just to make sure I wasn't talking out of my butt on this one, but that's actually the first map that Green Fortnite has lost in this entire Kunoichi. So it's almost like finding out the gods can bleed. They are mortal. Which is, you know, sometimes that's all you necessarily need if you're a team trying to punch up and take out a god squad like this. You just need to know that it can be done, and you just proved it. Now you just got to do it again and again.
Yeah, and then especially because these maps are going to be better for the type of play that Valentine want and Green Fortnite have to kind of adapt to, because it seems like they are a dive style team, so it's either going to be that Winston or it's going to be that Wrecking Ball, which doesn't really mesh well when you need to brawl. I mean, we've seen Elisu make it work with the Wrecking Ball. They, like, absolutely, it's just been throwing it around, getting those slams, getting some good minefields. But overall, it definitely doesn't have the same impact that it would on some of these other maps. So we'll see on Esperanza, which should be Green Fortnite's pick, if they can really walk away with a map win, go on to the grand finals, or we're destined for a map 5.
And you'd much rather obviously win here, right? Not just because, hey, winning sooner, but, you know, giving Valentine that chance to go to map 5, even if Green Fortnite comes away with it, then you have to start worrying about grand finals. Like, okay, this team, they know they can take us to map 5. They know they can go the distance with us. You want to try to it's almost like a mental game of you want to crush your opposition into the dirt. You want to make Valentine feel like they can't do it. And that would require a very dominant push map right now. With the comp matchup, I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to dominate, but it's going to be, you know, again, this clash of styles here on what I'd say is a more neutral map for, you know, both of them. Maybe the Queen's a little bit more favored in my opinion, but ultimately we will finally get to actually see, you know, instead of one composition's favored really heavily on this map versus the other, we'll finally get to see the actual clash of who can come out ahead.
We'll say, letting you guys know some news. Lava Lilies are up 2-1, so basically the exact same score line as the one we have here. But if the trend continues, say Valentine loses, we will have Valentine versus Lava Lilies again. And then if the result of that is the same, we will have Valentine versus Green Fortnite again. That'll be the 3rd time that I've casted them in 5 matches. I cannot escape Wicca. Save me.
Honestly, what if this is a strategy from Valentine to just get on all 4 streamed matches today? You know what I mean? Like, what if they're just trying to maximize their broadcast time?
Wicca does not need that broadcast time. She is perfectly fine.
She's just like in the team chat somewhere, just like make sure they get my good angle. It's just a picture of Kiriko, but still. But yeah, it'll actually be the Winston coming out here for Green Fortnite, as well as Senna on the Ashe, something we haven't seen yet, and you know, opting out of the Tracer duel, and that means Bun is now going to be taking up that mantle here. Switching up your Tracer, it's something, you know, it's a very interesting strategy with how good Zoe has been. Maybe this difference in Tracer playstyle could try to throw them for a loop here, but you have to worry about how far away the Ashe can truly play without the team needing her.
Yeah, and Senna is deadly on that Ashe. We got to see it yesterday when I was casting the group stage with Valentine. It's going to be a little wraparound for Senna and Bun, as Elisu keeps everybody busy in that front line, but now Kindred uses that shout, completely decimates Senna, and now there's a good bit of damage that is completely evaporated from the side of Green Fortnite. They simply just have to poke and prod, hope they could get maybe somebody low in that back line. But the Junker Queen shout and the healing in the side of Wicca and Mari is simply going to be too much. You're gonna have to back off lest this card gets pushed even further.
And now Valentine, I mean, they're able to just sort of clean up this fight in just such a nice fashion. And with those changes of the push bot, they didn't come, you know, last patch, but I think it was the patch prior. You know, this could be a situation where we're seeing that first checkpoint capped already. Forward spawns being initiated this early in the match would be massive for the side of Valentine, just to be able to get that sort of momentum going. But Senna already missing means that it doesn't even matter that Elisu's already back at the bot.
Yeah, the contest is there, but is the fight win even possible at this point without Senna? Because Senna has been a key initiator in these fights. Elisu tries to get away. Kindred grabs Winston by the neck, pulls him back, and says, nuh-uh. Valentine will be able to get that first checkpoint 2 minutes into the game, and probably even further, as now Elisu is just walking back from spawn.
In Green Fortnite, they made, you know, a crucial mistake here once again, right? Sure, you swap Scuff off of the diveable character there over to Kiriko now, but you put Senna on that same sort of situation where it's a very diveable character. You're not able to play these ranges as effectively, and now you're seeing Valentine just back up around the corner a little bit, not wanting to play an Ashe sightline. They're like, hey, go ahead, come forward. We can hold the bot here all day if you guys want, because, you know, it's completely on Green Fortnite now to try to turn the tide.
Lisu hopping into the back line. Primal Rage does get used along with High Noon, but you can stay in that line of sight because High Noon is simply going to cascade all the way to an elimination. Lisu waits till the timer is up, hops immediately back into that back line, and finally there is some ground to work off of for Green Fortnite. Lisu hops onto another, take cares of Kuna, and here is where Green Fortnite finally get themselves back in. There's 71 meters that they have to match.
And they had to expend a lot of, not necessarily a lot of tools, but they had to expend more than Valentine, right? Just the Deadeye coming out from Kuna versus the Primal and that Pulse Bomb. So now, finally, Green Fortnite getting a chance to push their bot, but they're going to have to deal with a heavy ult fight swinging both ways here. Something Kindred has to be mindful of is now that they are on Kiriko for the first time in this series, they have to try to make sure this Rampage doesn't get countered by a cleansing Suzu.
Bob is in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. Might not help the fight, but will zone out the rest of Valentine. And it's actually Green Fortnite who do have to back off. It's a 4v4, make that a 4v3, as Scuffed has fallen. And with only Velvet healing to rely off of, Kindred is going to take that space whether you like it or not. But Bun makes themselves known. Same with Zoe. There's finally a little bit of that Tracer duel going on the side of Zoe. And it seems like it will be Valentine pushing forward, especially with that sound barrier that we saw being activated from Mari.
And when all is said and all is done, Valentine decided their whole ult bank was worth getting the bot in their control here. Green Fortnite, they still have the Kitsune Rush in tow, but they might even be able to reactivate forward spawns here with Kindred just pushing this robot forward. And now potentially even more meterage being gained, but no, it's actually just going to be another situation where they're met at the corner here. And, again, Green Fortnite, they have to be the engagers here because Valentine will not leave this bot for free.
You can tell they don't have any plans to push the bot past this because they know the sightlines are working in their direction. Senna has had almost no impact on this entire map, and that is simply due to the positioning of Valentine. Bun goes down, and even though some ults are used on the side of Green Fortnite, Valentine can simply play their corners, not give Green Fortnite the peak at all. It's an ebb and flow. They ebb, and now they flow forward directly into the enemy. So he has that pulse bomb, deciding to hold on to it as even more progress is made with the bot.
It's just going to be more and more progress gained here now that they know they won the fight. Senna over to the Cassidy. Not as much range trying to actually be in these fights, but Senna already removed.
Oh, Kuna just kind of had to stand there, wait for death. Cassidy for a Cassidy, and now a Tracer and Kiriko for absolutely nothing. Green Fortnite do put a stop to Valentine, but the meterage on both spot is just not helping their case at all. They're going to have to push it to the middle and initiate with Valentine to even get it started.
And that is exactly the game that Valentine is playing right now, right? They don't have to they don't have to be these aggressors. They can simply turn fights with their positioning, as you were saying before. And, again, based off their ult economy as well, they've been rotating it so well as this Rampage comes through to start this next fight.
Only on to Elisu. Does knock them down to about 100 HP. There's the knife. Kindred has been so good at denying Elisu a way out of these fights into more healing. And Junker Queen is too unstoppable of a force without anyone to really oppose her. Checkpoint is going to be reached. Spawns are going to be increased. And now Valentine, now with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on their side, it seems like they are the lead they have.
Experiencing deja vu, I bet, because they've fought at this corner so many times, but maybe this one will go different with these dueling Kitsune rushes.
And the sound barriers as well. Elisu has that primal raise. It's a lot of hell to maybe take out a Cassidy. It will be enough, and it will be able to slowly drain down Wicca and the rest of Valentine. And it will be close enough that they will be able to get the bot past the middle. So there is definitely a silver lining.
A very massive silver lining here, but now, how much push progress are you really going to get if you're a Green Fortnite? Hopefully it's a lot, right? You've completely swung the ult economy. You forced Valentine to use both their support ult in exchange for yours, and now you have your DPS ults online, a very small window. where Valentine won't have theirs just yet here. So maybe if Green Fortnite can be the initiator, this could be the fight where they unlock that checkpoint, get those forward spawns going. But for the meantime, it seems like Valentine, they're all stacking on top of each other, looking for another shout engage. But it's actually just the queen down below.
Yeah. As long as you can keep her healed here, I don't think that's going to be too big of an issue. Ult being used by Kenna. Bun is just going to pulse pistol directly into Kindred's face. Steal that health pack. A menace in the streets of Esperanza right now. I think all you needed was the Junker Queen to get taken down. And Green Fortnite can simply keep pushing this card forward. There's going to be no contesting from Valentine. Checkpoint is not going to be reached. 0.05 meters. I think they will be able to get it with Kuna falling. So it is not over. Not at all.
Not over in the slightest here, but, you know, Green Fortnite, they still have some ground to gain here. They have to get up to that 89-meter mark to actually officially take the lead in this match. But what's beautiful is, you know, they haven't expended too many resources yet. Now this Deadeye is going to force everyone back, as you're seeing.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's so fast!
Why is he so fast? That should not be allowed! That's a tank for Bun and Senna. The Valentine, despite losing their Junker Queen, they still might have a dog in this fight, but the Kitsune Rush just makes all that healing, all that damage increase for Green Fortnite. Remember, they only need, I think it's 8 meters to take that lead. It might not happen because Kuna and Zoe have returned and have taken bodies for themselves. We're coming down to last fight territory, and Kindred has swapped onto the Mauga.
Mauga in play, the Winston's life becoming a living hell here. You're looking at both squads here. Kuna gonna have a Deadeye, and then it's gonna be mirrored sound barriers. That's it here. Depending on how long this drags out, you might get a Primal Rage in there too, but really, you know, again, just being able to deactivate those forward spawns here. Valentine, they have all of the momentum in the world here. They have the lead already. It's going to be completely on Green Fortnite to try to find some sort of dive target, some sort of engage, but wherever that Winston goes, they know that there's dual miniguns just waiting for them.
They want to keep that Mauga distracted. Senna and Bun do the work in that backline, but Kindred is doing such a good job distracting the fire from everybody else. Will make their way back directly into that middle. Remember, Valentine don't need to push the cart. They can play here as long as they want. Kuno will go down. Amari as well, and Wicca is an inch away from death. All Green Fortnite needs to do is take down Kindred, who will use that cardiac overdrive. Oh, all they need, 8 meters. We've got about 2 fights right here, as eventually Zoe will fall, but that's enough time for Valentine to get some spawns up.
I mean, yeah, they have time, but losing Tracer, the Tracer will be back in the fight. Senna is so far away. No forward spawns in sight means that Cassidy is going to be very late to this engagement. Both teams, because of how long that overtime fight just went, it's going to be a plethora of ults back and forth here with Kindred already on the point.
Velvet needs to live, the sound barrier needs to happen, and it will. It's a cascading ult over and over. There are 4 active for Green Fortnite. It will be enough to get Zoe. The High Noon is activated. Can it get another one? I don't even think it matters, as Alicia and everybody else are just swinging their fists, getting the Lucio, and now trapped away. This might be where Lucio dies. There's nowhere to hide. Only heals have to come through, and yet they still live. Just as I say that, down goes Alicia. Scuffed will be the next to die, and it seems like Valentine holds on by their fingernails. Map 5 is where we are headed to.
And it seems like when push came to shove, Green Fortnite forced off their comforts. You know, they're looking a little bit scared here. Valentine more than happy to take advantage of it. You know, piloting that Junker Queen to such an effective manner, playing their DPS, their positions perfectly there. And then when push came to shove, getting the Mauga out for that overtime fight, having that cage to be able to turn the tide in a situation where I thought it was over. I thought Green Fortnite was about to claim the series in a 3-1 fashion, but that cage fight comes in to turn a 3v5. It allows the Cassidy to live because nobody can shoot through the cage. It's such a great situation there for Valentine. And yeah, now we're on map 5.
You really do have to commend Valentine for getting through. I think it was it 4 or 5 ultimates that they had? I'm pretty sure at some point it was all 5 ultimates essentially being used in like a 5-second time frame. But the momentum that Valentine was able to get, the 80-meter advantage, I feel like that was a big reason why they were able to really hold on to this for so long.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the series. How many times were we at this exact choke that you just saw in the highlights, having to fight here over and over and over again? And, you know, Green Fortnite, they finally were able to crack through it, but unfortunately, it was just too little too late. They didn't have anything else, you know, in the bank when it all came down to it, right? That 89 meters was just out of their reach the entire time here, despite some very impressive heroics. So, yeah, now Escort is going to decide it all.
It'll be a nice, interesting one, especially because we had like sections where it was like, this favors the Wrecking Ball, this favors the Junker Queen. Where are we going for payload? I think this really can go in any direction.
Like, I'm trying to think of the Escort maps in the pool, and just green, like, I can't think of anything that specifically favors Wrecking Ball. And that's the issue with Escort, right? It's a very linear map type. You don't have those points to unlock where, you know, more centralized, being able to take advantage for a Wrecking
in the
Ball.
Pool?
I believe so. I'd have to actually pull up the pool, but
well, we don't even need to know.
I was going to say, Route 66 is the first thing that comes to mind because there's a lot of those natural cliffs and map geometry you can grapple to on first point. Because again, it's Green Fortnite's pick since they've had loser pick here, but you know, they picked Esperanza, it didn't work out for them, and now here on Route, with the series grand finals on the line here for one of these squads, I mean, it would be a massive upset, right? Because again, Green Fortnite, they're coming into this the reigning champions from last Kunoichi. They haven't dropped a map until this series, and then all of a sudden, Valentine, they've been here, they've been ready to take them to task, and, you know, actually show just how close these two teams are. As we're also taking a look at the bracket, we see Lava Lilies was able to win their game 3-1. So, you know, either of these teams having a match against Lava Lilies, waiting for them if they lose this one.
So we're either destined to repeat history with Valentine and Lava Lilies, or Green Fortnite will play Lava Lilies, and the winner of that would face Valentine. There's a lot of hypotheticals, or I guess only 2 hypotheticals in this area. On to Route 66, a Junker Queen most likely versus a Wrecking Ball. My thought kind of transfers from the tanks onto the DPS, because without a doubt, Senna got completely cut down.
Yeah, and I mean, Senna off of the Tracer, like, it's not like their hit scan is bad by any stretch of the imagination. We're not trying to say that, but it just was a much rougher situation. Creating that diveable, or that, not necessarily diveable, it's somebody that the Brawl could run at and get to time and again, as we saw there on the Ashe, even on the Cassidy, really, still just a sitting duck in a lot of situations. It was, you know, not the best look for Senna. So, Green Fortnite, definitely, I could see them pivoting back to putting Senna on the Tracer, Bun on the Echo, just to have that more survivability. But, you know, make the whole team have that survivability, right? Play that at the same time that we have Scuff on the Kiriko. See how much mobility you have and see what you can actually do. Meanwhile, Valentine, I mean, we said it. They're going to play Junker Queen. Kindred is very good at this hero. They'll pull out the Malga if they feel it at the last second against the Winston, but it's just the Junker Queen's working, right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. This is the composition they've been confident on the entire tournament long. There's no reason for them to change, especially with, just again, we have to highlight DPS. Zoe and Kuna have stepped up massively in these last few maps.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is a lot more interesting to see a matchup where the DPS do seem equal. Because in those first 2 maps, Senna and Bun kind of walking all over Kuna and Zoe. Yeah. It was not even close. Bun was always winning that Tracer 1v1 with Zoe. Senna, I think, might go for that initial pick and then could potentially swap. But Bun onto the Pharah. That's something that we have not seen just yet, and it seems that Senna is going to stick onto that Widowmaker. Should be an interesting matchup given the complete change in DPS, but Zoe strikes first, almost takes Zoe down to 0 HP, but able to get out, able to get healed up. And now Alicia going in for the jump. will get that protection that they want from the bubble, but the knife is going to take them away from safety, and the healing is not enough to keep Alisu in that fight.
No, it is not here, and so the first defensive fight is going to be won here. And, you know, the Pharah, it's a very interesting idea because it's trying to give Senna space, right? Pharah is almost like a, hey, look at me character at this point, raining down damage, and you're also trying to punish how grouped up Valentine has to play around their Junker Queen, but they've almost accidentally adapted here. You're seeing Kuna play this far back high ground, Zoe's on and off angle constantly, so they're not as grouped up as you think, so those rockets aren't finding the purchase you'd want.
2-for-1 special! Zoe takes that deal any day of the week, and Senna once again has just been cut down by Zoe and the rest, sightlines and everything.
And this is where, like, I see why you're trying to pilot the hit skin. You're trying to, you know, find those long-range angles onto Kindred. It's just not going to be an option with Zoe being a presence here. Take that Tracer duel, allow Bun to rain havoc in the skies. Sure, you'd be like, oh, but there's a Cassidy, right? I mean, Cassidy had those nerfs to range, so Pharah can definitely play out of sightline here, and already taking Zoe out of the fight.
Oh, barely able to get that Mega. That just reinvigorates Valentine because Kuna is able to get a couple apiece. But with Elise, who's still alive, still able to get these squishies all the way down. Don't know if they'll be able to do much more than that. Primal alive and ready. Kiriko right by Elisu's side. Junker Queen is such a deadly combo in a 1v1 situation. You tell Elise who's trying to get Junker Queen off the map, or at least away from the Mega, away from everybody else, or directly into Bun's loving rocket.
And so now Green Fortnite finally going to actually get this payload moving around the first corner here, but there will be another defense fight here. Kindred already over to the Malga here. But I feel like the Malga, it's going to have a harder time. Sure, you counter the Monkey directly on a tank-to-tank scale, but, you know, Senna and Bun are both going to be able to play so far away and poke this Malga out. You're already seeing Kindred below half HP, forcing the Cardiac Overdrive.
He's always got to get healed up. They're just taking refuge from that high noon, waiting for the... Well, I forget what the instrument... Guitar, that's what it is. Card to go away. Bun is going to use that. Hop up. Use the rocket barrage. It's not going to get anything, but the sound barrier on both sides will be activated. Senna claims one. That is going to be the hit scan on the other side, and Bob gets one apiece for himself as well. There is Green Fortnite. Finally, they get some momentum. They get some fights in a row that they desperately needed after what feels like...
And now... able to get this point. They got some more time in the bank to work with here, and you know, like we talked about, right, Kindred is just going to get poked out quite a bit here on this Malga, so it's going to be about finding those engages and making sure they actually stick and they're not kited, right? You know, we have to keep in mind Velvet has this speed who actually needs to get away, and stuff has, you know, a teleport, a cleansing Suzu, the whole shebang. And yeah, you're seeing actually Kindred just run to point and say, you know what, I'm just going to stay here, y'all come to me.
Kindred wants these close-range engagements so that she can constantly get that overhealth, but it's just not working. That allows the Bun to rain in a lot of damage, and suddenly you have all of these players separate. Bun is cleans up onto Wicca. Green Fortnite, I mean, they're going to be able to get through about half of this point before a recontest happens from Valentine.
And so... just with more recontests on the horizon here, you're looking towards this next fight. You're expecting Kindred to drop a cage to maybe try to trap some members of Green Fortnite, make it so Valentine has the space and the advantage here. They're probably fearful of the barrage!
What a Suzu from Scuffed. Felt like Bun's death was inevitable, but not with Scuffed in the picture. Actually gets that finisher onto Zoe as well. What's the play for Valentine? They haven't been able to find a way in at all.
I mean, you're being forced to play at range, so the swap would instantly be your tank, right? Potentially over to Diva or Winston yourself. But you had the cage, you're trying to invest it here. Sure, you had the monkey trap, but it's just not going your way still.
Any picks on the side of Valentine? Cage didn't work. Bun's raising damage. Kindred only has a dwindling amount of HP. And now what was a great first point hold has turned into 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Green Fortnite to really do what they want. Bob is online. Bun clearly feels safe in the skies. Kindred swapping to D.Va. It feels like it's the trap card that they have to do in case of emergency and hope that something works out. Zoe takes a lot of damage due to the rockets, but has to back off, has to get that mega, has to respect the space of Bun like Valentine have done so much. There's the Kitsune Rush. Combined with the Bob of Senna in that backline, D.Va is demech from Alisu. And it's just Green Fortnite all the way. Zoe down, Kindred as well. You do take down Senna, but it's going to be a very short trip back to the cart.
And I mean, just being able to do that off the back of Bob, even in the face of Wicked's Kitsune Rush, you have, Valentine, they really are struggling to come up with an answer here. Senna now off of the Ashe over to the Tracer for what could be this final fight here. As this payload continues to make its way towards the finish line. And, Valentine, they have some tools finally to work with here. They're initiating with the Deadeye, but they have to actually find value with these. They can't just use them and be like, hey, look, we have ults.
Anu does not get anything. Kuna's gun will, though. Immediately a 1-for-1. It's going to allow Lisu to hop directly into the backline. The sound barrier will keep those supports alive. And there's the rocket barrage. Bun has been so lethal, essentially trading their life for the D.Vas. And a minute left. Lucio does fall. And Zoe's just going to have to zip around for as long as she can. Try to keep Green Fortnite's attention. And she actually does a decent job at it. Able to get the mini. And here comes Kuna. Here comes Kindred ready to fight. And they get the stop. Even if it's just at the end.
They get the stop at the last second here. There was a Symmetra. I don't know. I think it was a teleport of Alisu trying to get the Winston back into the fight. Very interesting play, but now Green Fortnite pivoted over to a full dive here. Kuna is going to have a very difficult time here because it's really the only diveable target, right? So the Cassidy is going to have to live in fear and try to rain those shots out. As you're seeing already the engage trying to come through onto the high ground.
Bun swapping on to the Genji. Trying to get those 3-dash shurikens that you really want, but just constantly peppered off that high ground. Zoe has done a great job keeping these players at range, and Senna is just not contributing in the fight, trying to get that final touch, activate overtime. So close to taking all the way down. Can anybody touch? No! Will be round 1 complete. Technically it's not considered a C9, Mari, because they weren't focused on tag, but terminology aside, Green Fortnite definitely wanted to cap that.
Yeah, they absolutely wanted that one, but they still pushed it incredibly far here. But Valentine finally coming up with some semblance of an answer, and now it's going to be their turn to attack. They know what their goal is. They know how to win this series. It's just a matter of getting there, right? Green Fortnite, for their defense, it's going to be interesting what they choose to pilot, right? We saw how well that Pharah worked out for Bun. If they choose to run it again, or, we've seen Bun on a few different picks here, but no, it will be the Pharah to start. A lot of good geometry on first point, all the rocks and stuff to play around. And then Senna on this Ashe has really been a lethal force, being able to play the range, poke people out. We saw how good Zoe was at the start of this map, but really it started to fall off as we went throughout, not being able to jump onto Senna as reliably here. And meanwhile, on the other side, Valentine, this is what they're going to pilot. We knew this. Kuna probably just going to take a pop shot on Widowmaker before heading over to the Echo or potentially even Cassidy, just to try to help deal with the menaces in the sky here. But I guess one thing I forgot to highlight, Green Fortnite, they're on this double flex backline, but with the Ana instead here, so ample targets for Zoe to try to find, but also a lot of damage to be wary of.
When Green Fortnite have a lot of damage, that's usually when they thrive the most. You can get that dive onto a target. With Senna on the Ashe, Bun in the skies. It's a deadly combo for anybody unwilling to engage with it. Elise is just waiting around the corner. Having to hop up on this high ground. Will shield up, gets hindered, so no slam is there. That is why they have brought the Cassidy simply to hinder the Wrecking Ball wherever possible. Not a lot of true engagements as Senna gets dangerously close to death. That's really what Valentine would have liked. They eventually do get their kill, but it cost them their Tracer. Somebody has to ground this Pharah. Is the knife enough? No! Bun lives, and potentially the attack dies for Valentine.
The attack dies for now here, and you know, again, Zoe constantly having to try to get into the backline, remove a support from the fight. It's not guaranteed every single time. That being said, you know, this queen is still technically here, so Kindred might finally have to be punished or be removed in this situation, but maybe the rest of the squad's here to help.
Ooh, a lot of low HP bars. The Green Fortnite, a lot of HP for Valentine, but Valentine's going to be able to heal theirs right on up. Cannot say the same for Bun and Senna. It's going to have to be Elisu who's going to deal that damage. Only 59% over to that minefield. A very slow generation compared to everybody else on the side of Valentine, who have already used most of their ults and are going on it right now. Nothing much for Green Fortnite. Valentine are simply going to cap with 440 remaining to go.
And now, you know, Valentine, they're being able to break through this ball once again here. Elisu having a little bit of a struggle fest, not really sure where to engage without being punished too heavily, as you're seeing. Meanwhile, Senna just taking some pop shots on the Ashe, getting closer and closer to that Bob. Both teams about to have a very heavy ult fight. Really only the Kitsune Rush going to be missing from it here. So Green Fortnite at least has the numbers advantage, but, you know, it's been hard to convert. Nasty combo from Senna and Scuff Purple, along with the Dynamite and Headshot. Of course, it's going to be something crazy to work with. They get stopped. They have a lot of time to work with and a lot of ultimates, just as you said. So I think that is really going to be the key factor. The question is, what ults do you use? Your high ground is not going to be beneficial to something like that Junker Queen. Zoe potentially angling for someone in that backline. Maybe the Eliade, maybe the Ana. Really impossible to see. The descent happens for that hamster. The Sunbeam will go out. Doesn't really connect onto anyone, especially with that sound barrier. But Senna and Bun don't really need ults. They are just going to click on their opponents and get the job done. Yeah, and there was a trade there, right? Green Fortnite using both support ultimates as for Valentine's sound barrier as well as their Deadeye. And now you're seeing Zoe actually switch over to the Pharah themselves. You know, it's a respectable swap here at this point, but you're having to play into Senna with such long sightline here on the Ashe with the defensive positioning. It's going to be rough. I mean, obviously the Tracer was rough. You couldn't really feel like you were going anywhere. And again, just this Ashe is just having free to shoot wherever it pleases.
This is a difficult position to get yourself out of. Someone needs to uproot Senna from that high ground, but you're not really on a dive comp. Like, Junker Queen is going to have to reveal herself to get anything done.
Dive comp, I mean, you could pivot to a dive, you could pivot to even like a Sigma, try to put a shield in the face, but they're just going to choose to try to pass their rotations.
Even when it goes right, it goes wrong. The Rampage is dedicated, but as that happened, Bun found Mari, Sen found Wicca. A dedication results in absolutely nothing, and Valentine have nothing to work off of.
Valentine now making swap Zoe back over to the Tracer with Kindred on the Diva here. This is going to try to be their answer. They're just going to try to use the defense matrix to get everybody through. Kuna on the Widow, trying to play the even longer range here. You know, Senna does have to, you know, peek into the enemy team to try to get these shots off that they have been doing. So it could be ample opportunity for Kuna to come up big here, but that's just another target for Elisu on the Wrecking Ball to jump on.
Bob thrown out. Senna will get taken out from a headshot from Kuna. Didn't even need it, just needed to breathe on her to take her down. It's going to open up a lot of sightlines for this team. But you have to worry about Elisu in your back line. They are gone. And of course, it's not all perfect. Bun will follow with 2 of their own. And it needed to be a lot cleaner for Valentine to get anywhere close to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, but at least they were able to dismantle this high ground hold. For the time being, though, Bun are establishing up on it already. This barrage not necessarily as free with the defense matrix to worry about, as Bun, yeah, just ends up dropping too low to continue the fight.
There's that really good anti coming out from Scuff, as always does. And it seems like time is just Valentine's enemy. they're very slowly but surely able to make progress, but it is just not enough to really match anything that Green Fortnite has.
Not able to match anything, and their timing is dwindling, as you said here. Green Fortnite, they're stacking ultimates again here. They're about to have 4 for what could be final fight if they don't have to invest.
Oh.
Widowmaker going to go down again here, and it seems like Valentine's chances are dwindling.
DMAC happens. Diva Bomb will go out, but because Elisu just slammed onto Kindred, there is no Diva to remake. So Valentine, their hopes are going to come in a potential touch from Kuna, combined by the fact that Kindred swapped onto Mauga. The touch is there, but Barrage will very quickly end Kuna's life, and it seems like despite everything that happened, Valentine just cannot get over the finish line. They will go down to the losers finals, and Green Fortnite will go to the grand finals.
Such a close series there, but Valentine, unfortunately, they couldn't get it over the line here. Green Fortnite having to, potentially whip out some of the secret weapons they were trying to hold on to for grand finals, pivot over to the Scara composition. But I mean, Bun looked absolutely amazing on it here, and just again, the damage rating from all sides, just created a situation where Valentine, they couldn't move forward. They had no shield, they had no dive, they had, no way to get through without getting poked out and damaged and low so many times. And just ample props to Green Fortnite for that. They just played well.
Yeah, we talked about Green Fortnite. There was a lot that we kind of theorized at the beginning. I mean, we talked about like how the Junker Queen would play into something like this, or the ball as well, and how Kuna and Zoe were doing. And it feels like everything just did not come up Valentine. Kuna and Zoe didn't have the impact that they had on the previous map, and Kindred wasn't really able to get anything done on the Junker Queen nor the Diva.
And it's just one of those things where, there's just not a lot to do, right? You either need to be able to move as a team to get onto those targets, or just, actually path properly to get out of those ranges. But, Green Fortnite's comp, it punished everything they wanted to do, right? They had, obviously, the Ashe, the Pharah playing at range. You had a Wrecking Ball in your face, in your backline. And then Velvet and Scuff, they weren't even diveable options, because anytime you went on Scuff, Velvet was right there ready to do damage, right? Like, Iari's just so crazy with the amount of damage she can do as a support.
I think it's a big reason why they brought the ED out. But it seemed like we are destined for history to repeat itself. Valentine will play the Lava Lilies, and then the winner of that, which might be Valentine, will play Green Fortnite. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's the losers finals, so do not go anywhere. Welcome back to Kunoichi Krush, where I hope you're ready for a little bit of deja vu. We've got Valentine's versus Lava Lilies. And yes, we did this one earlier, but this is the losers brackets where me, Light Rose, and my co-caster for the day or slash evening, wherever you are in the world, Megalass, is ready to go through this for the second time.
And it's going to be just an amazing match. Give
Yeah.
benefit of the doubt. First time around, it was a first to two, so maybe things could get a little creative, a little bit different. That being said, the first time around, there was some creativity. Will be the nice way we put it. It wasn't trolling. It was just some banter between friends in this matchup. But it should be a fun one. And again, just a spot to grand finals on the line.
And we'll take a look at that Valentine roster once again, as nobody here has really looked at this roster at all. Remember, if Valentine win this, they will be in all 4 of the EU games today. So we got obviously we've talked about the impact that all these had, and in the matches, Kuna and Zoe 5 and 3 and 4 of the previous series. So hopefully they can really just activate at the beginning and completely throw that quote unquote maybe warm up out the window.
And yeah, it's just that hopeful thing of just wanting to get this series over as quick as possible because they're probably just chomping at the bit. They're like, I want to get back. I want to get my revenge. Green Fortnite. They're sitting there waiting, but it's situations like this you can't underestimate an opponent, right? That's what Lava Lilies on the other side of this are going to be looking for. And the squad, they're nothing to slouch at. They were able to secure that win over MRG, so. Lots of things to think about here. As you're seeing them again, you got Villain, Dinner Party. I remember that Reaper fondly, to say the least. But, very interestingly, one thing I do remember very clearly from their matchup, sure, it obviously went Valentine's favor, but when they were piloting the Junker Queen against each other, especially on that first point of Antarctic, it was a rather close affair, so maybe that could be the key to success here for Lava Lilies.
Yeah, and I think if they really do keep some sort of surprises in their back pocket, maybe they've got a chance at walking away with a map. We do have a little bit more to go, so just as the third map was the time where Valentine came alive, potentially that is where we could see Lava Lilies activate if we do see the same trend. You take a look at the map pool that's we got. I mean, do you think we're going to see the same maps we did for potentially both games?
It's just going to be that sort of question, right? Because I don't think we're going to Oasis first. I think it's going to be that Antarctic pick again, coming out from Valentine. They're probably just a lot more comfortable there. It favors the Junker Queen a lot better versus something like Oasis. Heading on over to Hybrid, last time we saw that Lava Lilies, they wanted to take us to Hollywood. They maybe felt that they could force a dive that ended up not being forced at all. So... Who's really to say, especially with push being a factor? We haven't seen that map get picked just yet here. I just realized it's Flashpoint third, not push. My brain short-circuited. But who knows? Maybe some more New Junk City on the horizon or some, Cervasa if we're getting frisky. But only time can tell.
Yeah, we're waiting to see where we're going to go. But it would just be kind of funny if through all of it, we just had the exact same thing every single time. Like, first one, it's going to be Antarctic Peninsula. That's where we were before. It is definitely where we are headed now. So, I'm trying to think if we did miss one of the points. So there is a chance we could get some variation with what exactly happens given the high ground of that particular point. And there is a little bit of difference that can be thrown in.
Yeah, the pathing options are a little bit different. Teams can, sort of, play it just a little bit differently. That it's just going to be that actual question of if they end up going there or not, because that's the whole thing about control, right? The points, it throws them up at random, so we could be seeing 3, we could be seeing 2. Who's really to say? But, heading on into it again, right? Valentine, we know what they're going to play at this point. No need to talk about it anymore. It's Junker Queen. They're playing it. They like it. Zoe's great. Kuna's great. Mari, Wicca, they're all great. Love them all. Kisses. Lava Lilies, again, they have to be the ones to sort of punch up here, whether it's mirroring that Junker Queen comp like we saw them do before, or trying out something a little bit different, seeing what they can make work here. We are starting out on the little frozen boat here. I say little when just look at the size of this boat. Actually,
That is a freighter. That is the exact opposite of little.
I mean, it's like slightly bigger than a raft, probably, right?
I don't know what rafts you have seen in your life, but it's a lot bigger than a raft. So,
just slightly larger. But what's not to be underestimated is how large these compositions are going to be matching each other, which is quite a bit here. I do not think Kuna is leaving on the Junkrat. If that leaves Swan, I'll be
that
impressed.
Would be awesome.
Honestly, just do it for the meat, because Villain's gonna walk out on Reaper again. It's gonna be funny, but Kindred actually being the one to swap things up here, say I will not play the Junker Queen. Instead, over to the Reinhardt, maybe predicting the Reaper and trying to take advantage of the shield and armor.
Ooh, initially a little bit scary, as we've seen Kindred run the Reaper before. When I was casting with Kiara, they would really run the Mei and the Reinhardt and just use that charge to great fruition. And unfortunately for Lava Lilies, unlike last time, they're not even able to get anything in with the Reaper immediately taken care of. Point is going to be captured by Valentine, and there already are coming some swaps for Lava Lilies.
Swaps coming out here. They're willing to match the Reinhardt, which is great because it shows that they're not scared, right? They're willing to actually try to take it to Valentine here, along with the Bastion in tow, to try to rain damage behind the shield. It should give them a massive edge in this fight.
Kindred just kind of walking to an isolated area, getting very easily disposed of in this scenario. It is a 1-for-1. You have Villain off the board, which means your close range combat is going to be a little difficult to deal with. Kuno with the second. It kind of leaves Blood Bunny struggling for what to do. There's damage coming in from all sides. Only just going to use this time to get a little bit more percentage before eventually it will be flipped. Only about 9%.
9%. Unfortunately, all that they're going to be able to walk away with here. Villain still trying to stay in the fight, do a little bit of poke, but I think ultimately does have to leave here. But a shatter!
Wow. Kindred does not play about her silly shatters, about her mental warfare shatters, because that one did not go anywhere and honestly only led to death from everybody. Kitsune Rush and Bastion Ult is going to be used on. I mean, it is going to help Kuna out here, but everybody on the side of Lava Lilies is already on the point. I'm wondering where that Kitsune Rush came from and whether or not Lava Lilies are still going to be able to win the fight regardless, because Taijo is down. Lucio potentially will be next, but Villain is there for the Death Blossom. Maybe, just maybe, Lava Lilies can hold on to this point, especially with that sound barrier. The less members there are, the worse it seems for this team.
And it's just going to be more and more of the same here as these teams are picking up towards the end of this point here. Valentine, they're probably just going to push super aggressively here, already forced out Immortality Field. It's going to be very difficult for a touch, but hey, that Shatter lands.
Maybe because Kindred was just standing there and did not have the shield up regardless. So even with the Reinhardt getting a free shatter, it's going to be Valentine very easily walking their way to a round 1 victory.
Very simple round 1 victory here. For Valentine, it feels like Kindred's getting silly along with the entirety of Lava Lilies getting silly, but then everybody else on Valentine is clocked into a 9 to 5. They're just yep, let's just get this done. Let's move on.
What if even while they're being silly, they're still really good?
I mean, yeah, they're obviously so good. I'm not trying to, take away from them or anything like that. But, sometimes the silly, it's nice. It's nice to get the silly out there and just sort of, bring people down to your silly level and then sort of see, what exactly ends up happening, right? How much teams are going to try to change and do things like that here. But Valentine now pivoting back over to the Junker Queen here means that we're going to get slightly less silly, as Lava Lilies is going to happily stay on their Reinhardt composition here. still with Villain on the Reaper. And hey, this is that third map we were talking about.
Yeah, we get some Venture. We didn't really mention it. It didn't really have too much of an impact, but we love Venture. Overwatch community loves Venture. But Kindred is kind of isolated on this left side. Initially, Blood Bunny and Villain are going to try to take care of her. There's just too much health to really chip through without a bunch of damage. Tycho is gone, which means there's not a lot of healing for Blood Bunny, but regardless, she's really taken care of. And I think Lava Lilies might be able to gain control of this. And just as I say that, well, I mean, Kuna for 3. And Mari for the final kill on the Harmless, so we just kind of cast our curse that one a little bit.
Just a wee bit. Just a smidgen, if you will. But now Lava Lilies are, heading forward here. They have the Chunker Queen instead of the Rhyme, but Kindred has decided that the Doomfist will be the response here. And Dinner Party already able to take Ruka out with that spam damage from Venture.
Now without that, how's the Doomfist gonna get back without taking a swath of damage? You do have Zoe still just very easily cleaning up on the rest of this team, but hey, it's still a 1v4. You're not going to do a lot more than maybe get the one character, and Valentine do have a lot of percentage to give.
Tons of percentage. That's an understatement to say the least here. As Lava Lilies, they are just, starting to get their percentage going here. But Valentine, they're heading in with a Deadeye in tow, as well as Zoe getting close to a Pulse Bomb here. So maybe Harmless is going to have to come up big with this Sound Barrier to keep everyone alive.
Ooh, a lot of healing there for Blood Bunny. Looked a little bit scary, but Reaper in tow behind you means that the damage needed to push back the rest of Valentine has reached its threshold. And now they're just going to keep going. I think the Kitsune Rush might actually be enough to scare them back. It is. Almost got a little bit hairy, but there's Villain for 3 with the Death Blossom. And what a turnaround for this Lava Lilies team.
You cannot underestimate Reaper. We were talking about it in the first series on the day. No armor on this entire Valentine squad means that those Hellfire shotguns are going to be doing insane amounts of damage here. Kuna now switching it up, realizing there's no hit scan presence. Just going to try to sit in the skies on this aura, raining the rockets down. But now the Kitsune Rush from Taicho is going to mean Lava Lilies are the aggressors.
Actually going to wait back a little bit. Ooh, almost a sneaky little back cap coming out there from Zoe. You can tell Kindred is preparing for that rampage. It just looks so juicy. A beat drop in there to counter the rampage along with a tectonic shock. Dinner Party dies right after using it, as does the rest of Lava Lilies. And 87% isn't too bad. It's only one team fight, but you still need to win another team fight.
Nothing to scoff at. Valentine do have a good ult advantage, though, here for at least the next fight, right? They have the Rampage, a Pulse Bomb, and coming towards a Pharah Barrage as well. So, plenty of tools in the arsenal. They should be able to win this one convincingly here. It'll be on Lava Lilies to try to find a clutch factor and all of that.
Zoe, initially getting the Pulse Bomb in the back line, gets hindered with the grenade, and now just is probably the first of many players to get some kills, as well as, well, Kuna will get the kill on Taiko, not die to a Kiriko. And now 75%, Lava Lilies have no ults to fall back on.
Not being able to build anything in that fight was absolutely destructive, potentially, for Lava Lilies here, because now they're still playing into the barrage. Look at the bar, just setting up above, waiting, and there it goes.
I mean, what can you do? They just have the casting. Casting wasn't even in position. Kuna is essentially playing gatekeeper in this position. And even when the casting is able to deal a good bit of damage, the ultimates for Valentine are going to overpower anything you can have. And map 1 is going to go the way of Valentine. Pretty big repeat from what we saw before.
Yep, only 2 rounds of Antarctic are being allowed to be played, it seems, today. No third round for anyone here, but Lava Lilies will have their chance to pick the next map. And, again, they're having these close rounds where they're able to, actually take Valentine to task. But when it comes down to, ult economy, they're just a little bit behind and things of that nature. So maybe over-investing in some of these fights is their sort of weakness right now. If they can clean that up, maybe they can make this series just a tad bit closer.
Yeah, the difficult part is we're probably going to go on a map that we've seen before, just like Eco Point Antarctica. Unless Lava Lilies have somewhat learned their lesson, that it's like, if we go to the previous maps, we're going to get smacked previously, just like we're seeing right here in front of us. And I do like seeing the just Kindred be like, go on. Shatter me, I dare you, you won't win anyway. There's that big play from Villain. Probably Lava Lily's best play in the entire map.
Listen, I think it's always fun when you see a Death Blossom get value because it, despite it being supposedly like this menacing thing, it's silly, it's fun, it's Reaper. Who can take Reaper seriously this day and age? It's just he's a funny little guy.
Funny is an interesting word to describe Reaper for sure. But hopping on into Hybrid, King's Row seems like it could be a potential destination given how popular we have seen like the Junker Queen and the Reinhardt. But Hollywood, I don't think we're going to see Hollywood again because the dive just did not work out for Lava Lilies. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think your words must taste tasty.
Like, are they
wrong?
Like going back to Hollywood felt like
it's a very large question mark because you want to try to force some level of dive, right? But we've seen that it does not matter to Valentine. Wherever they go, you could take them to, I'm assuming, Dorado or Watchpoint Gibraltar, and you'll even see them force they'll just go ahead and force their Junker Queen composition everywhere because they're that confident on it. Lava Lilies, they really have to be the ones to try to actually counter this out. And depending on how well they were able to pay attention to our last series, they were given kind of a cheat sheet at the hands of Green Fortnite, right? It's just like, hey, if you can make everybody into a viable threat, poke them out from all angles before they can really get in for a good engage, that's how you can punish this Valentine squad. But, easier said than done, right? So they'll just have to be on Lava Lilies to see if they can make that adaptation.
Yeah. I think part of really what makes Lava Lilies work is when they're able to get that surprise factor. I mentioned that before the game, and we did see a little bit of that inside of the actual game. I think when Villain was able to get a nice little flank going, when they did the unexpected and there wasn't really any time for Valentine to counter because they've been through a lot. So they've seen a lot. They're farmers insurance. So Valentine, as long as you can make sure that Valentine are a little on their toes, I think you're going to have a bigger advantage than you realize.
Yeah. I mean, the bigger advantage is always, what you're after in the game of Overwatch here. But, Hollywood, again, being selected, it's super interesting to me because you have all of the pool of, hybrid to work with. And okay, apparently a pause is being called because Wicca has decided the restroom.
We just had a 3-minute break. Are you serious?
Listen, sometimes the urge to restroom, it occurs. It happens to the best of us.
I know, but oh my god, she is an interesting specimen. She's like one of the few women's competitive players that have actually met in person. So,
you've met in person. See,
yes.
My personal recommendation is to never meet any Overwatch player ever. That's just sort of been my rule of thumb. It's worked for me so far.
Yeah.
Granted, it helps being 2D and behind a screen, but that it comes with the territory. It's a nice part.
Yep. I got it. Hopefully, Wicca's bathroom break will not take so long because we're just entirely waiting on how long Wicca goes to the bathroom. I hope it's not the bad one or the one that's gonna take a really long time because otherwise I'm gonna be a little bit mad that we had all this time and Wicca was just like, I'm gonna wait until we specifically get to where people can see that I need to go to the bathroom.
I mean, hey, listen, sometimes maybe again, it's more attention. Valentine, they're just such big on attention. They want to be
Oh my.
seen the entire
That
day.
is wild. That is wild. The idea that it's,
Like,
guys, it's attention. I want people to see that I need to go to the bathroom. Like that, I've got to cut you out there. That's that.
well, okay, no. I more meant that Valentine just wanted more screen time, and this takes more
Oh,
time.
okay.
I'm not saying all of that,
They've had
Your Honor.
3 hours so far, and they're probably going to have at least 4, if not 5. Like they do not have to worry about having lots of screen time because they've got it.
Yeah, but sometimes the screen it's never enough. Sometimes you just need all of it and more, especially when you're getting a little bit silly here. I think actually, in a real note about the match, I think Valentine's strategy, going in for earlier with silliness and maybe now with the silliness, is to not reveal anything to Green Fortnite. If they're just full max silly, it's almost like if you think back to the old days of Overwatch League, you can't prep for Chengdu Hunters because nobody knows what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They're just kind of there.
Yeah.
So, just turn up the silly 2 and 11 and get creative with it.
I mean, the difficult part about that is Valentine already played Green Fortnite.
Yeah, but like, what if they did? What if the Jungler Queen is it's been a bait this entire time? They come into grand finals on something else. You know what I mean? They just come out playing Guy for grands.
If they are decently good at a brawl like that, and then they can pull out the dive and just be like an infinitely better team, I will tip my cap to everybody on that team because that is something that I don't think will happen. But if it is, I will be shocked.
I mean, hey, you never know with teams and what they're willing to play. But yeah, we are just kind of,
timer. For Wicca's P. Like, we're saying it's a P.
Do we have an update on the situation, as they say?
We have an update on the Wicca P situation. We are still waiting for the rest. Yeah, we're still waiting. Oh my gosh. I'm genuinely just like shocked at that.
Listen, this is the perfect time to say follow the Kunoichi channel here on Twitch. Kunoichi's always doing amazing things.
Did you know that you can earn tokens that you can redeem for various items just by watching CGL streams? Link your Twitch to sign up today at https://bit.ly/CGL token.
I'm not gonna lie, there was like a cat version of that was posted earlier in the chat, and I thought you read that one for. I thought you read that one for a second. I got so scared.
I don't think I could stoop that low. Like I could do it if we are like waiting on the world's longest P, but we're still waiting. We're still waiting. We have pause time limits, so eventually, the P being very long, Wicca is a very big water drinker. She follows her hydration goals. It will start to cost Valentine.
It actually will, because eventually they'll be like, all right, you just got to roll, or what have you.
Limit is 7 minutes, so...
7 minutes? Wow, that's actually... I'm so used to, like, BPL, where they're, like, very generous. They're like, yeah, you can have 15 minutes of pause time. Like, you have enough time to, like, file your taxes and stuff in that window. But 7 minutes, you got to be a bit of a speedy person here. What's crazy is we even have a built-in break in the series. After map 2.
That's why I'm mad.
Yeah.
She had the time in between maps. And she has the time after the maps. And yet, here's where she's got to take the break. Like, really? What? Like known disrespecter of talent.
It's actually, it's one of those things where she's just reminding everybody to hydrate at home. That way you can make sure that you also have good peas.
Are we back? I'm hoping. Are we already over 7 minutes? Has Wicca been peeing for 7 minutes? Okay.
We're going in.
We're going in. We did it! We survived the Wicca pee. Okay, her tummy's
Tummy
being...
is being.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, wasn't she the one earlier where they said that she was throwing up?
No, I think that was Scuff. Oh my god.
Wait, was it?
Oh my god, they're flirting in chat. Stop. Stop.
Again,
Stop.
Kunoichi, it's a great community. You
Stop.
should join it.
No!
Anyway, I'm just gonna pretend that's not happening. Defense. We're playing Moira Kiri. Why? I guess we don't want Lucio Speed. I don't know. Lucio Speed's just gonna make it harder for Kindred to find the value that they want. Lava Lily's on their offense here. Probably gonna take some snipe shots with the Widowmaker before going over to Cassidy Sombra. Sombra's initially only see it to counter Wrecking Balls, but maybe a hack onto Kindred will stop that Junker Queen from wreaking havoc.
Yeah, and if you can descend Kuna, make Kuna be grounded as well. Kindred's Knives! Kindred's Knives! This was the map that we started gassing up, Kindred's Knives. And there's a little bit of an assassination attempt coming out from Villain. It's going to be unsuccessful, and we might be due for another very, very big spawn hold.
Potentially here, but Lava Lilies, you're seeing Dinner Party already switch over to the Widowmaker, and this is just a preventive measure of the spawn hold, being like, hey, I can shoot your head, be careful, you have to respect me, fear me. And it gets Lava Lilies out of spawn for the time being, but still, Valentine, they're just waiting for that engage potential once again here.
Yeah, the fact that Kindred is able to be pushing up that much and be that out in the open with really any punishment just does not bode well for Lava Lily. So, alright, we are about 2 minutes and coming up on about 30 seconds here. Valentine do clearly have a very big ult advantage, though.
Massive ult advantage, that pulse bomb online. Lava Lilies, they haven't even been able to get in a limb. They're looking for answers. Their DPS line now switching over to a double flyer comp, realizing there's no hit scan, and being able to take Zoe out of your backline could be a massive start to this fight.
The 1-for-1 will go the way of Valentine, especially because Kindred's able to get 3 with the knife, followed up by a kill onto a couple of these other players. Blood Bunny, the only sole survivor, onto the rest of Lava Lilies, will just simply hide in the gift shop, hope to be granted mercy, and will absolutely not.
And that was such a dicey fight, but again, Valentine being able to come out ahead, but Zoe is being punished here. That's the second time Zoe's gone down here, and so Lava Lilies are still going to try to make some forward progress with this. Unfortunately, just with Kindred being alive, that's not an option, and now that Valentine actually has their ult bank built, they should be in a commanding position for the rest of this fight.
Oh my goodness. No, there's no rest. If you get caught out with the blade, it is over. There's no choice for Tycho to get out either. A minute 20. We're only getting the first ultimates online for Lava Lilies. Mari is just going to use Coalescence at spawn. I mean, just have, Wicca go pee again. I think they'll be fine.
I mean, upside being, currently, that Harmless has that sound barrier online, and that's going to be able to counter out Kindred's Rampage when it comes through. Blood Bunny, meanwhile, on the other side, able to just Rampage freely, right? As long as they can force out the Cleansing Suzu from Wicca, they have all the power, but the Barrage.
Followed up by the damage of all the other players. It makes just you get 1 kill, followed by 4 deaths. It's 1 step forward, 70 steps back type thing.
70 billion steps back here. We dip below 25 seconds. Lava Lilies has a full head of ults here that should be able to get them into the point, starting with the Rampage.
Zoe starts it off with a kill onto Dinner Party, but there is a couple of kills coming out from Lava Lilies, combined with that beat drop. They just want to get on this point and hold it for just a little bit, force Valentine to actually attempt to hold this point. Zoe wins the Tracer duel up against Villain. That's going to give them a lot more damage in this remaining fight. The Pharahs are really going to trade each other out. Kindred might be a great kill for the rest of Lava Lilies if they can make sure that Kuna does not get anything more. It's only Tycho up against the world. 64.8% is all Valentine needs to go to the third map.
I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. Is it possible that Wicca's P was longer than the map will be? With the way Valentine...
Okay, so we've got 4 minutes?
Plus a little bit of overtime, so like 4 minutes, 30 seconds, give or take.
Wicca's, that might be right.
It depends on how fast, if they're able to cap, right? You know, Lava still has a chance at defense here, but only have not even 2 official picks.
No P.
No P.
There's no P. We're just taking this way too far.
Listen, you know, sometimes
the bid is over.
The bid is over. We've moved on. Lava Lilies on their defense. They're playing Junkrat. They're going to look for some spam damage. They're taking a page out of Valentine's book. They're on the Moira Kiriko. So no speed again, but just opting out of the speed, I guess. Not really feeling it necessary. Instead, just opting for that extra healing, that extra little damage source that Moira can provide. Dinner Party does switch off a Junk over to the Torbjorn, so maybe some spam damage that can come out from angles. A lot of fun places to place the turret here on Burst Point Hollywood for the defense. Could be nice. Meanwhile, Valentine in their spawn room. If Kindred pulls out Zarya, I'll be impressed. There will be a hero that's not Malga or Junker Queen, so it will be a thumbs up from me.
Innovation. That's what we're seeing from Valentine. We've already seen that of the Moira, which is not... Wicca is absent. So, currently a 4v5. Did say her tummy was bothering her, so might be why. So, for the time being, they've only got Mari as a support. Ideally, this should be enough for Lava Village. Wicca is back, so we just have to wait for the teleport to happen. Zarya did get the most recent nerf as well, so her bubbles are not going to last as long. The dissension has happened. Blood Bunny takes a lot of damage. The kills have happened for Valentine. They just need to take a little bit more percentage, get a little bit more kills, which is exactly what will happen.
Yep, just wrapping up this map. One final kill onto Dinner Party will do it, and now Valentine finds themselves up 2-0. One more map needed to get themselves that rematch in the Grand Finals against Green Fortnite. Lava Lilies, you know, again, we've highlighted it so much already. They really have to try to find an answer to the aggression that Valentine is displaying if they want to try to come back into this series, but it's currently just not working out for them.
Yeah, I mean... Kuna in the sky is just so difficult to deal with. There's no answer, and Torbjorn clearly was not it. Like, he just did not have the staying power that you maybe would want with something like Cassidy, but I also think Lava Lilies recognized that there might not be a good chance at victory in general, so they're just like, Torbjorn, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Just a little bit of Torb. I mean, it's always negative. Like, you never want to be the person to say, all right, it's over before a series is over. But, you know, Valentine, they truly are just on another level right now. And Lava Lilies, it's difficult to try to answer back to this, right? It took them, you know, it took a full bank, all 5 ultimates, to be able to get in onto point. But even then, that wasn't enough to still secure the point fully, just get them just under 2 ticks. So it's definitely a rough situation here. Maybe their pick of Flashpoint maps could be a turning factor like it was for Valentine, but only time can tell.
Yeah, we do have Flashpoint just around the corner, but we need a break. We know you guys just did, but we have been talking even throughout all of that bathroom break, so we're going to take just a quick pause, and when we return, it's potentially the 3rd map and the end of the series. We'll see you after that.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
We have returned from the break to bring you the third and potential final map between Valentine's and Lava Lilies. This one is going to be on Flashpoint. We've either got Junkertown or Servasa, so either of those. Honestly, like, Taicho kind of said it themselves in chat. If they had an answer for Valentine, they probably would have enacted it by now.
Yeah, that it's unfortunately true. You can very clearly tell this series is going one way, but who knows? Maybe that back against the wall, it'll create that extra pressure needed. Maybe the fire in the belly that can ultimately come up here, but Servasa going to be the flashpoint of choice here for Lava Lilies, and they do also have a sub villain stepping away. You probably saw in the in-game chat at the end of that last bout. Went to go get some food. Food important. We're learning all of our important tips for the day, hydration and food. So Pasta coming in to play DPS. Now, fun fact about Pasta, like I was telling you during the break, this is my teammate on Rising here in NA, and they've specifically pinged me and said they will be on Sombra and to not critique it too harshly. So that is the information I have.
So now you have one goal. To point out that they're running Sombra and critique it a lot.
Just question where the EMP is every fight, even if they just use EMP.
Sorry.
What? Wait, that was you? I thought that was just the in-game noise of the alligators there.
That's actually the noise gators make as they open their mouths. It's not like a hissing, it's just...
I think so many more people would deal with alligators so much more if that happened. But what is happening is Valentine playing a little bit of Wrecking Ball themselves with a Soldier 76 in the mix. Meanwhile, Lava Lilies, they're playing the Junker Queen comp, but they do have that Sombra in play, as was foretold to me. So this could be an interesting little matchup here.
As we see Kindred preparing for that grand finals. Already running the ball, seeing if, maybe she can get a little bit of practice. Kuna's already taken a player down. That is Pasta on the Sombra. Taicho will go down a current 4v5. There is a little bit of a lack of kills on the side of Valentine's. There's really only Wicca to rely on, but it's just the Junker Queen against the 4 remaining players. There's not really much that Blood Bunny can really do in this situation besides maybe stay alive, keep the rest of Lava Lily's hopes up, but eventually will fall, and the point will go to the side of Valentine.
Yep, and now with Market going to Valentine here, you're starting to look, towards the next fight, right? Lava Lilies, their whole composition is going to hinge on running somebody down. More than likely, it's going to be Mari on this Baptiste, the most easy target to get to. But, that's just not a guarantee with the way that Valentine's playing, right? They're poking out this rush wherever it ends up coming from. You're seeing all the damage that Blood Bunny's taking on the approach.
Initially, it seemed like a kill was right for the taking, but that immortality field perfectly saving Kuna's life. So far, no other opportunities really presenting itself. Kuna's going to be able to get that melee onto Dinner Party, and everybody else on the side of Lava is just a little bit split here. Blood Bunny and Harmless are going to try to jump onto Kuna. That one will fail as well.
And so now we're heading towards what could be a final fight here. It would have to be Lava Lilies almost getting a stagger touch going for this engagement. I don't know if they're going to be able to come through. Valentine having a good ult bank to work with here. And Zoe actually trying to chase down Dinner Party, find this Tracer. But yeah, in the background, nobody wanted to touch Market. They just let that one go. And it seems as though we will just be heading on to our next point.
Got some ults online for Lava Lilies. Obviously, Pasta's really the only one who's maybe a little bit lacking with the EMP, but getting a couple of damage in before eventually falling. As we all know, we cannot critique Pasta on the Sombra, as you have stated, so.
Oh, no. We definitely can. I'm choosing not to. Because there's other things that, like, look at
what are you doing?
Well, there's a hole in the roof here, so you can technically set up here for a slam onto point, but that would involve Lava Lilies getting into point. I don't know if they're doing that just yet.
Okay. Kindred will go for a very big slam from up top, and that's going to be enough to take down Harmless. Blood Bunny, the Suzu keeps her up for just a little bit longer, but really not much else. You mentioned that would require Lava Lilies to get the point. I kind of gotta agree. They touch it for a bit and immediately are sent to the Shadow Realm.
I mean, this is good practice for Valentine, right? See it from the other side. Like, alright, so this is how we're getting dismantled, right? This is why the Wrecking Ball is so effective. This could be some nice little prep for them, as Wick is actually found with a hack, so this could be a nice little go button here for the side of Lava Lilies, but now here he goes missing as well.
Alright, there is a little bit of a silver lining. They've taken down the Scourge that is farming their front line, but you're still going to require just a little bit of time before you actually initiate a good little hack there with the virus. Kuda tries to use the aimbot and it just does not work, but Mari using the Matrix up on top, really only to help herself here, is more than needed to take down Lava Lilies. 87% and ticking, and this is one of the maps of all time for both of these teams, you do have to admit.
There's currently 10 people in a lobby playing Overwatch. That is a certified fact. You cannot dispute it. EMP comes out in what I believe is a 2v5 at this point, so could be an interesting little turnaround if it works, but seems as though that one will have to be left to Fable for today.
Yep. And the third map opens on up, and there are a couple ults online for Lava Lilies, but I mean, the only thing it's Valentine has ults too. They're going to have that pulse bomb. They're about to get that minefield for Kindred, who I kind of wish you could hide in that bell. That would be.
I really wish as well. I think
it'd be broken, but it'd be so funny.
Aaron Keller, get on that, please. That would be so cool. But like you were saying, yeah, this pulse bomb is, pulse bomb either way, it could come up clutch for the respective teams here. And being able to accidentally scout the Sombra out is massive.
And Pasta only being on a breath of HP, eventually dying to a Symmetra turret. Zoe gets a great little stick onto Harmless before having to back off. A Mercy in play gets Kindred back on her feet before throwing away her life. And that's a trade that I think most really are going to take before Zoe goes on a little bit of a hunt for Dinner Party. And Kindred sets up the very, very important preemptive minefield.
That minefield will be... It actually gets a kill. Why did it get a kill?
I think, like, Lava Lilies are just, like... Whatever, man.
They're going through the motions.
I felt
is
bad for those mines.
There you go. See, exactly, right? Sometimes you gotta give
Even the
your...
target.
Can I practice pulse on you? Okay, so yeah, the teams are just having fun here.
It's
you know,
a skirmish. I mean, well, there is an ult online for Blood Bunny. The Rampage is there. I don't think she'll use it.
saving that one for Overwatch 3.
What
you
am
know?
I supposed to say?
I think what we're supposed to say here is both these teams are having fun. There's no ill will. Nobody's upset. And at the end of the day, having fun is really important.
It is.
So,
I don't know how I've expected to cast it. Because it relies on, casting relies on, like, expectation of what's going to happen. And there are no expectations, except a Valentine victory. 3-0, and 3-0 on Flashpoint as well. Kinda saw it coming from the beginning.
yeah, this was heading one way and one way only here. Valentine, they want their revenge. They want another Game 5 banger in the Grand Finals against Green Fortnite, and now they'll have the chance to do just that with Lava Lilies being dispatched. But, you know, more importantly, we have to remember there is a prize pool on the line, and now Valentine has guaranteed themselves a cut of it, regardless of where they place.
Yeah, I think it would be nice, though, to dethrone Green Fortnite, who is currently 2-0 up against them, and the previous time that you and I were casting them, they did bleed. So that's going to be one that we'll have to save. But overall, I feel like there's not much you can give on this entire series as a whole. It was just the expected result of something we've seen before.
Yeah, and this was it was a formality, right? It was, we had to play this series out, and it's just no disrespect to Lava Lilies, right? Love all those players to death, but unfortunately Valentine, like, it's a very good squad. They came here to play, and they absolutely were able to deliver on that, 10 times over. So that's why they're here. That's why they're ready to match up against Green Fortnite. It's just both of these real juggernaut teams, and slamming into each other once again, it's going to be such a good matchup ahead.
Yeah, we will take another quick break just before we get to the grand finals of the EU Kunoichi Krush. Make sure you stay tuned. It will not be that long, I assure you, and we will be back for that. Welcome back to the final game in the EU Kunoichi Krush. I am Lightrose. Joining me, of course, as always, is Megalas. And we finally whittled down from the 4 teams to the 2 that we've already seen play. It's going to be Valentine versus Green Fortnite.
And it's going to be an amazing game. This was our winners finals just a little bit earlier, and it ended up being that 3-2 scoreline. I really thought Green Fortnite was running away with it, as a lot of people did, but Valentine, they had a bit of a punch back later in the series, so maybe if they can get the Jets going a little bit early here, they can maybe turn the tides, upset our defending champion here in EU, but they still have a tall task ahead of them because, again, Green Fortnite, they just have not lost the series yet.
Yeah, we've seen kind of the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. We look at the roster for Green Fortnite. This is not the team that has been on every single stream. No, that would be the other one. But there's much to talk about with this team. Obviously, Alisu, who's really the tip of the spear when it comes to any of the pushes, combined with Senna and Bun, who are such a lethal combo.
Yeah, it's an absolutely insane DPS line to try to go up against, but that unfortunately somebody has to, right? There has to be somebody trying to stand the test of time here, and it is going to be Valentine once again trying their best as, we're getting a look at their roster here in just a moment.
Yeah, I think with Valentine, we talked about what they need to do, how they need to kind of clam up the ball. A lot of times map choice does come into it, which is, you only have so much say over the map choice, especially given the modes, which is definitely a struggle for Valentine, given everything that we've seen so far. They have played Overwatch for about 4 hours, because we have casted every single Valentine matchup so far, so they are definitely warm. You don't have to argue about that. But are they enough to take down, I guess, what could be considered in this tournament their rivals?
And you have to wonder, going back to that whole, oh yeah, they're warm, they played so much Overwatch, right? At what point does it turn into just exhaustion of just your brain starting to melt apart thinking about too much Overwatch that has occurred? And we don't know, where that wall exists for them, if it does or does not exist. But we're getting a look at our lovely, lovely map pool. It seems as though Runasapi has vanished from existence. Unlucky. This is actually... Wait, this is... Yeah, this is the map. I was confused, but... Wait, no, this isn't the map pool. This is a different map pool.
There's no King's Row.
Because of... Oh, yeah, because it's Grand Finals. Duh, that's why.
I'm kind of okay with that. Because so far, odds are we're probably going to see Oasis, because that's what we saw the first time. But we will get a new hybrid map. And Push, unfortunately, probably fronts again. And then Route 66. So we might get one new map. Maybe. Could be more than that. But these are the potential maps that we might see, given everything that happens. But of course, the loser of each map chooses the next one, I believe, unless there have been some sort of changes. So given that we follow the trajectory of the last match, then I don't think much should change.
No, it really shouldn't. Hopefully when we get to hybrid, I'm a bit of an evil person. I'm going to pray for Paraiso, even though it won't be picked because everybody and their friend hates that map. But, we'll get there when we get there. Starting off on control, like you said, it's more than likely to be Oasis, and already confirmed, locked in. Because this is the one thing that's not loser pick, right? This is the advantage of being in winter bracket or in grand finals first for Green Fortnite. They get the first map pick. And going to Oasis again, it's a no-brainer. They dominated there before. They won it in 2 rounds, being able to play their ball compositions to absolute peak gameplay. So why not just run it back?
Yeah. Just like the previous time we went on Antarctic, we did not get one of the games in we did get to see University. Gosh, it's been so long since I've actually sat down and casted a ton of Overwatch that I've had to remember the individual point names because they're so neat. But So far, this is pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, super standard here. You see the drop ships flying in with our teams getting ready for it. Just a beautiful background. Overwatch gets absolutely, doesn't get as much credit for the beautiful backgrounds and stuff. Things you'll never see on a map unless you go out
Lively
looking for it.
environment.
Yeah, the environment. It's just great. But what else is great is both these teams, they're on what we expect. Valentine, they're going to be on their Junker Queen comp doing as they please. Green Fortnite on the other end of things, going to be on their ball comp, but they're actually going to have Peace in to start here, not Bun, and it will be the Pharah. So this could be a bit of a switch up here. We saw them piloting that Pharah on Route 66 of their last series, so maybe they just want to roll with it right away here to try to net some easy wins.
Yeah, he's already taken a little bit of damage, trying to get a bit of a grand view over the top there, but Kuna's been doing a decent job at keeping Peace in check, having to dart in between the open sight lines and just the close-off nature. Taking a lot of damage. If Kuna goes down, Peace is just going to have free reign, but if Elysiu dies, like they will right there, and there really isn't anybody to control the tempo for Green Fortnite. So a lot of these players are simply going to be targeted, taken down, and Valentine will get first point.
And this is just a massive adaptation from them, right? Especially how the last series started. They really have come alive with answering this wrecking ball from Elysiu, pressuring it out a little bit more. But this next fight, the thing they have to worry about the most is a free flip comes through for Green Fortnite, is Peace with this rocket barrage already almost online.
Nice little grenade there coming out from Kuna, stopping Elysiu from slamming on down. Peace has been grounded by the Cassidy. Another flip happens. It's a 4v4. So far, Kuna has been really the one to keep Green Fortnite in check, but as Kuna dies, it seems like Chaos is just going to embroil this point. Senna's on for 2. It's really only Kindred stuck in this corner with a ton of damage coming her way, and only a bit of healing, close to death, and the rest of Green Fortnite taking this point.
And now with 40% to their name, 41, actually, Valentine has to give it up here. Green Fortnite, they set themselves up pretty well, both teams, just using the Kitsune Rush, but Green Fortnite going to be able to be the aggressors with their ultimates, right? We've seen how aggressive Elysiu likes to be, pushing forward with that minefield, placing it just around the enemy team on their approach. And also, this barrage just ever looming from Peace. You cannot disrespect that ultimate in the slightest.
Yeah, it's difficult to deal with the barrage sometimes because Wicca has... Wow, I am just shocked that Mara was able to take down Senna like that. Will actually pay with her life, but right now Valentine is actually in the advantage. There is that barrage coming out from Peace. It seems like a Suzu isn't even needed because it's so isolated from the rest of Valentine. That minefield from Elysiu has done such a good job at keeping everybody apart. And Valentine, they've got to start really making some noise on the point.
And they just get so split apart. Valentine just can't, piece it together. We saw Kindred just way too deep there, gets punished with the barrage, a quick way to remove a tank from the fight. And that minefield, it was so good, like you said, of just splitting up Valentine so they couldn't do what they wanted. Slight ult advantage now for Valentine, though, heading into this one. They can match Sound Barrier for Sound Barrier, and Kindred having this Rampage. If you can connect onto the targets, at least 2, then you can follow up on that and get a good fight win.
89%. Probably will be an overtime fight unless it ends very quickly. But Valentine are actually able to get the flip. Oh, here comes the Cassidy walking towards you. As aggressive as he can, followed by the Rampage. The beat drop isn't going to get much, and Mari Ajaxes, and that is killer for Valentine. Any hope they had of keeping this alive might be dashed right in front of their eyes. The point is going to get flipped. Kiri might be able to get on, but Peace is just going to direct impact Wicca with a concussion blast. Overtime, Wicca will start to burn. Nothing more than that. It's going to be Green Fortnite. They will win the first point.
Very similar start. Valentine, they're able to get these cheeky little point flips here and there, but Green Fortnite, they're not as worried about the objective as they are about winning the fight, and they always set themselves up for that beautifully, being able to get these slam engages with the Wrecking Ball, and Senna being there to follow it up with this tracer damage, it's just so unbelievably good. There's a reason Green Fortnite, they have not lost the series yet. And it's just going to be the matter of if it can continue, right? Valentine, they had their moments where they're able to focus down the wrecking ball, but then there's still the rest of the squad to deal with. So being able to turn your attention onto not just one target, but multiple, that's where it's really going to come online for Valentine.
Yeah, Overwatch is a 5v5 game mode, as controversial as that statement has been recently. You do have to worry about every single character. In that, Senna gets hindered, and that is going to be a little brutal for Green Fortnite to start off. Scuffed, trying to stay alive, will not. And along with Peace, that makes it so that Valentine, they get a little bit of a free point to start this out. It's really going to be the Wrecking Ball and the Lucio to stop that, and they're not going to lift a finger.
And it's so interesting, right? Because Green Fortnite, they really falter in these first fights on maps when they don't have the proper positioning to do what they've been doing so great, which is poking out this Junker Queen comp. When Kindred is able to just run on them with that axe swing and shout, it's just constant damage that they aren't able to stop.
Slam coming on in. Everybody on Valentine seems to be stuck in this little corner, and that's where Wicca can get isolated. Get headshot by Alisu, and suddenly Valentine are down a support. Look at where Kindred Crosshair has to go to keep track of all of these players from Green Fortnite. There is a little bit of controlled chaos as Mari does drop the beat. There's a lot more health over to Valentine, and that should be enough to give them a little bit of breathing room. But Senna makes it so that Mari goes right into the dirt, as with everybody else on Valentine, and it's 48% before the point is flipped.
Flipped indeed, and Green Fortnite being able to hold on to all of their tools still with not having to expend to flip it is just crucial, right? Because Valentine, they absolutely drained the bank there. Their pulse bomb, their sound barrier, both missing, and now, it's just going to be them pushing into more of these ultimates here. As you're seeing, they're already established on point.
Ooh. It's a little bit of that shout there, helping out Kuna, but will not really last very long, as 2 ultimates is a dastardly thing. Zoe's right there to make sure that Kuna's death is not avenged, and Senna gets that punch. So Valentine, they do have a little bit of fight here, but Alicio, combined with the minefield and the Kitsune Rush, just crush any hopes of really winning the fight. But flipping the point is not over. They are going to get some good percentage and actually take that away from Green Fortnite. For how long, though, that's debatable.
I think how long can be measured in point percentage. It seems like it's going to be about, I can't do math, 16%.
Never do math on cast.
Yeah, I tried to. But yeah, so Valentine, at least they were able to sort of finally mitigate their disadvantage, right? They sort of evened up the old economies heading on into this next one. I'm especially looking towards Wicca with this Kitsune Rush. It's just such a great engaged tool that's going to force Green Fortnite back and give Valentine the space they need to try to find a target.
Kitsune Rush is powerful, but it seems like Green Fortnite, they're avoiding it for now. Currently a 4v4 on the point itself. A lot of health to chunk through on that wrecking ball, but Senna with a huge double pulse bomb leaves Kindred all alone, trying to die, one would seem, just to get back into the spawn room, to get back together. Is 85%. Kuna pops back onto the Sombra for probably touch at the last second.
It's going to be very crucial to get that touch going and send us into overtime here. Both teams have drained their ult bank significantly. You might have some come online in a longer fight here. Oh, but the spam damage actually finds the Sombra.
They do get the overtime touch, though, due to Kindred on the Doomfist. It's not the worst thing in the world. The problem is that Kindred has no support, and Mari's a little bit late with the sound barrier. There's no other kills coming on in from Valentine. They need to find some way back in, and one just is not going to cut it where they are. Not even able to get one single point. Green Fortnite will win the first match.
Shades of before Oasis going Green Fortnite's way. Now Valentine not have King's Row in the pool for Grand Finals. They're going to have to find a different adaptation to try to change their history right now. 'Cause currently, if the series mimics itself the same way, sure, you'll go to 5, but you won't be able to win it at the end of the day. I feel like you need to find a flip somewhere in the series to make it go your way.
This next map could decide what happens overall with the series. Because once we get to Flashpoint and then push, Valentine do get this huge surge of potential and momentum. But, like you said, that third map was not the same as all these other ones. Green Fortnite really did feel emboldened by the map change and the mode change. So, there's a lot of questions circling around as... I just saw that, but how did we miss that?
I don't even know when that happened. I
saw Scuffed say, and I like put like dots in the chat and just go ping, and I was like, oh, for what? Apparently that.
I didn't even realize that happened, but it happens to the best of us. Unlucky, somebody might specifically say. That was a beautiful pulse, by the way. You highlighted it during the match, but again, just being able to remove pulse supports with a single pulse bomb, it's great.
Yeah, so we're still keeping in mind what the next map pick is going to be. I know you wanted Parisia, but
they're not going to pick it. Nobody's going to pick Parisia.
I know, but like there's a lot of potential map choices that I feel like are still going to be beneficial towards Green Fortnite because they've got a lot of these open areas. And I'm trying to think what would be the best.
I mean, for them, realistically, like there's not anything bad in the pool because it's Midtown, Eichenwald, Paraiso, and we just played on the.
I'm forgetting.
What's crazy is I just had all 4 in my head, but the point being, all of the maps have Hollywood. It was They all have impressive high ground. They have a lot of angles for Wrecking Ball to play and poke from, and they also have insane verticality, which makes it really difficult for a Junker Queen composition. So the question is, what do you do? Right, Valentine, there's no clear option ahead here. Do you maybe try to pick Hollywood just because you've played it, a lot against Lava Lilies, and you're just like, at least we're comfortable here. At least we know that. At least we've played it here before, even if we know it's not the best composition in the world. That's going to be sort of the question on their minds. Meanwhile, Green Fortnite can sort of just kick it back and be like, yeah, dealer's choice. Pick wherever you want. We're going to be able to play our style and be comfortable the entire way through.
Yeah. My choice would be Eichenwald, because really you only have the second, point to deal with. The first part of the second point, if that makes any sense. Because I think once you get to that third point, a lot of times you're going to be interacting on that lower ground, but actually getting there might be decently difficult to do. I think... Will Bun be in for Peace? Because I think that Peace definitely did do a good job. But if you're wanting something like that Echo, so far, we know Bun is really, really good on that Echo. Does Peace have that same caliber of play to compete with the DPS on the side of Valentine?
It'll just be that question that we have to wait to be answered. But
what?
Wait a minute.
We were lied to!
Wait a minute. Flag on the play.
Forgery! Crimes of the highest demeanor.
We've been lied to. We actually got hacked.
That's...
Wow. Alright, so... I guess make fun of us in Twitch chat. I guess we're wrong. King's Row is in, and it's been selected. Valentine... probably going to it because, again, they can play their brawl style here. Green Fortnite going to try to dive them over and over again. This time, Green Fortnite starting on the offense. They did this the first time around as well. They kept all the points. But, yeah, I'm so thrown off by the fact I'm looking at I was not prepared to be in England.
One of our producers said that they had the wrong map pool, which, I mean, makes sense. You usually don't have, a special map pool for grand finals, but just basically Men in Black, Flash, what happened when we were talking about the map pools, it does not matter. We're going to have a very similar style of play that we did previously, but Elysiu is not even going to attempt the vault. They've been here before. They're simply going to go on the Winston, go in for that dive, and hope they can get that early pick.
And so with the Tracer duel, you're just seeing both Tracers sort of poke each other out, gauge the interest in how much they want to go for things. Green Fortnite, interestingly enough, still has Peace in, which means, something they weren't playing the first time around. They have that Pharah in tow. So just constantly raining damage, maybe trying to poke out Valentine. They know is going to be hiding in Hotel, having to try to take shelter from those rockets. We'll have to wait and see if it works.
What can you do, though? When Kindred just health disappears in the blink of an eye. Use that newly renewed jump to hop in, maybe isolate some remaining players on the outside. Just the Lucio of Mari. That point should be capped, because with how split the spawns were, there's no chance you're getting back.
No chance at all. And so now, with that point being unlocked, the payload's going to start moving here. Valentine, it's very similar situation before, where Kindred is definitely feeling the brunt of not being able to run at anybody, right? I mean, there's a Winston jumping around you got Pharah in the sky, Tracer. Like, they're just not targets that are easily accessible to any Junker Queen of any caliber. And so it's just one of those things where Valentine, if they want to make this work, they're going to have to try to up the aggression almost. They have to find their opportunities and go.
Force the aggression almost, so to maybe an unnatural level, but even that's going to be a little bit difficult. An anti, a massive one at that. Kuna will go down inches away, and now Alicia just hops right back, still getting that healing, while the rest of Green Fortnite try to survive, and with their dwindling health pools, it seems like that is not going to happen. So the cart will stop exactly where it stands, but for how long is the question.
How long is always going to be important here. Peace, taking some shots, might ultimately go down here, but no, the healing's there in time. And Green Fortnite, well, they haven't moved this payload an awfully far distance. They have some tools to sort of get forward. They have a nano boost. They can throw it onto their Winston, but instead it'll actually be a Primal Rage, and it'll be a nano barrage!
There's the barrage. The V-drop is there, so you essentially have traded 1 for 2, and I think Valentine are going to be okay with that. They're going to charge towards the cart, stop it right at the second corner, and with the elimination of 2 players, it seems like Green Fortnite are simply going to evaporate. Zoe was caught in a tailspin right there. Absolutely no idea where Senna was. Oh no, that's brutal.
But just more and more cleanup here. You're seeing Senna go to work. Kuna, nice little pick though. Could be the thing that turns this tide, but I don't know. The Deadeye investment might be a little much.
Yeah. Right now, as we're still kind of waiting for a fully recharged fight. It's mainly just battered team against battered team. Valentine have all 5 of their players. It seems like Green Fortnite are finally getting their 5th. But Green Fortnite clearly have the ultimate advantage. They have that beat drop if they really do need. They're going to use it just to charge onto the rest of Valentine. But that's not even going to save Elisu. Senna desperately has to find Kuna as counter compensation. And Wicca with a dwindling health bar as well. Senna's going to go on a flank, claim the Kiriko, hop right on down, and shoot at the remaining players. Wanting to get that 1.31 meterage that takes for Green Fortnite to get to that second checkpoint. That's all that needs. Just Kindred and the remaining players, which seem like it's just going to be easy pickings.
Just cleanup coming through, as you said. Senna, more than happy to fill up the kill feed with that Tracer icon. And, Valentine, it's been a very, I wouldn't say stable defense, but it just, again, they've had their moments where things have worked for them. They've been able to sort of pull out fights by the skin of their teeth. They've been fighting back and forth here, but now, they don't have much more room to give. They actually have to start winning defensive fights and start trying to burn this time bank here. Because Green Fortnite currently has over 3 minutes still, and just only a corner to go.
You remember, Kindred swapping to Queen was potentially what stopped Green Fortnite from actually capping, but there seems no intention of stopping anytime soon. Kindred, I don't even know what she could potentially swap on that would be helpful. Zoe's going to go on the Bastion. There should be a last-second touch, but look at the oppressiveness that Green Fortnite is able to have.
It's just back and forth here, but that barrage actually comes up not massively.
Yeah. Zoe is the only one really to be claimed, and with Valentine, it should be a very easy walk back to the cart. But Peace hits those shots needed. Senna had already taken down Wicca, and with the Lucio the only one remaining besides the Junker Queen, it seems like it's only a matter of seconds before the cart is pushed to the end.
Bit of a difference from earlier, Green Fortnite, they ended up getting it done barely in overtime, but this time around, they seem to have figured out Valentine just a tad bit better. And I think they're also showing just how good Pharah still is, right? A lot of people were questioning with the slight HP nerf that comes through, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. Is Pharah still going to be this oppressive meta character? Was this enough to bring her down? And I think the answer definitively is now that Pharah is going to continue to reign supreme. As you saw, even Kuna ended up swapping over to it at some point during the match. It's just, again, taking advantage of these grouped up compositions, raining the rockets from above, following that damage up with your Tracer or your Winston. Green Fortnite, they're just executing to perfection right now. And Valentine, again, to make this queen work, they just gotta find a target, and they're just not doing that.
It feels, I don't want to say it feels bad, but so when Valentine played Lava Lilies, it felt like it was kind of a foregone conclusion. And with the fact that we've already seen Valentine play Green Fortnite, we've already seen that result, we kind of know what will happen with everything. Unless Valentine really do make a change, I don't know how they're going to overcome Green Fortnite.
Yeah, and it could lead to the series going the same exact way, where it looks bad now. Valentine, with some good map picks behind him, could try to turn the tide, but, Green Fortnite probably is ready for these adaptations as they come through here, especially with Kuna now onto the Echo. It means that, you're trying to sort of take that duel with the Pharah, but it seems as though Peace will get the better this time.
That is... I don't even know how Kuna died from that angle that Peace was able to find, but simply just retreat, wait for your DPS. Beast will take a lot of damage. Gets so close to death with Scuff there for the immediate heal up. It seems like Kindred is just wanting to have that poke, maybe get a little bit of ultimate charge, because the Rampage can be a very big decider if used correctly. But overall, Kindred just seems trapped between so many players to look at and so many things to worry about at the exact same time. But without Peace, without Scuff, it seems that Valentine might actually be able to charge on to the point.
Kindred's whole goal is to live. Kindred has to do, which sounds percent right, but just being able to draw attention, draw aggro from Green Fortnite, allowing Kuna and Zoe to do their job, because they are stellar DPS players that can come away with these picks in these engagements. If you're able to just keep the attention on you so your DPS can pop off like that, that's how you're going to get forward progress for Valentine. So now they have the cart unlocked in a very similar fashion to the way Green Fortnite did. It's just about executing further and making sure this payload doesn't stop along the way.
Yeah, that was the difference. Once it started, it barely stopped. It was just going all the way to the end. Going through this checkpoint might be a little difficult with that Pharah up above. Kuna is doing a good job at keeping Peace at bay, forcing them to re-heal up, just to get all of these things that keep that Pharah grounded. But now backing off fully behind that second corner, the Kitsune Rush is just too much to deal with if you are Green Fortnite. And now, I think they're just waiting for the timer to expire so they can actually act upon these players. Another Kitsune Rush is used by Scuffed, countered by the bead drop. So both of these players really putting forward their best foot when it comes to this fight. The barrage isn't going to hit anything. The pulse bombs are going to hit, but not going to kill. But Zoe's guns might be the thing that ends it. 3 for her. Can she clean up on the Senna? I don't even think it matters.
The chaotic fight finally over with here. Senna just desperately in the backline, almost themselves before, potentially going down. The payload's just been moving this whole time here. A lot of invest from both of these squads. Valentine going to have Kuna's duplicate, and meanwhile on the other side, Velvet has the sound barrier to try to help the team sustain through what could be their defensive point B.
You do have the copy under the Winston, which isn't a very common duplication, but it's enough just to pressure all of these players back. Sound barrier is dedicated, but is just naturally going to expire as we find ourselves in a 4v4. No more ults on both sides. It is just a bare-knuckled brawl at this time, and Peace will be the first piece to fall in this engagement, potentially leading to a Valentine advantage. Great Knight forcing Winston off that high ground, in which Zoe will clean on up, and you have to think that everything just went right for Valentine in that fight.
Everything coming up clutch right now. And, you know, this is exactly what they needed, right? This payload has to keep moving. They now have the potential to match and even beat the time bank that Green Fortnite set for them. As you're seeing some swaps now come through, they're off of the Pharah, deciding point 3 is not for it. And Senna's actually also going to be on the Ashe here. So again, playing that range that we saw from before, trying to poke people out. You know, it worked masterfully before, but the question is, you know, will Senna be run at this time, and will it just not come to fruition?
You see them kind of playing hot potato with that high ground, wanting to make sure they deny it from Valentine while at the same time making use of it. Alisu is going to get stuck. Shouldn't really do too much, especially with the dueling Kitsunes. Now, Primal Rage dedicated on each side. The sound barrier on Valentine should allow just a little bit of reprieve, but Valentine will use that sound barrier to take the advance onto Green Fortnite. They're just scuffed in the backline, just going to teleport out over to Alisu, but Kuna is right there for the kill. And it seems like the time might be better if they can just get rid of Alisu about 2 meters, and it won't happen. It seems like there's always just more players. Is that the boop? No! Peace will be able to hop right back up and deal more damage. It's a 2v2 now, a 2v1, a Lucio to Lucio versus an Echo, and Valentine will come out on top. 21 seconds above Green Fortnite.
And that's exactly what Valentine needed. They needed to flip the gear on this map. Sending it to 5 would just unfortunately look very similar, as Escort does not go their way. They need to try to come up big here on King's Row, and they were able to do just that, at least for the time being, right? We're heading into overtime rounds now with both of these teams having extra time to sort of work with, see how far they can get this payload to go, if they can even unlock it at all here. It's just going to be rough for Green Fortnite, right? They sort of started to be dismantled, focusing too much on Kindred, allowed Zoe and Kuna to go absolutely crazy in the backline, doing what they do best as they're great damage dealers. And, you know, Valentine's doesn't even need to take time to respond. Hey, look, it's the illegal area of King's Row. It doesn't
You
exist.
can't be here. You have to, or actually no, because that was something that was used in the event. That was
just the free mission. I don't think that
that was
anymore.
the free mission that was there for like a month and a half. So you can't even access that even if you have the missions.
It's just gone. But, you know, it'll live on in our hearts. We know it's there. But yeah, so now both these squads just piloting what they've been the entire map long here. Peace back on the Pharah instead of taking that Echo duel. So Kuna could potentially come up massively there and just trying to punish this Pharah.
This is just how you kind of got to play with that Junker Queen. You really do have to play around the hotel to use those lack of sight lines just to try to deny Green Fortnite something on this advance. Kindred is going to try to keep Alisu off the high ground, will fail for now, but the rest of Valentine might be just waiting to die now that Zoe is gone, and a huge source of damage is off the board.
Massive source of damage is now. You're seeing the point get capped here, just those clean up picks. Could actually manage to find one onto Peace, which, you know, it'll feel good. It's a moral victory, if nothing else. But Green Fortnite will get the payload moving here. And they were able to do it without handing over too much ult charge to Valentine, so potentially could start rolling with an early ult bank advantage.
Yeah, it seems like this is just going to be the type of map where everybody pushes it to the end, and it's just one fight that really makes the difference. An offensive style game. Because right now, if Valentine wishes to engage, it kind of would be a 4v5 due to Velvet being on the card, but as eventually these teams will start to group up, we will have a true fight to decide whether or not Green Fortnite can push this card even further.
As they're just sort of poking at each other, prodding, waiting for their opportunity to engage here. I'm expecting Green Fortnite to be the aggressors, potentially either with the Pulse Bomb or just a flat-out dive engage into the backline. As you're seeing them take poke from multiple angles, Valentine doesn't know where they are, slightly split.
They're conceding a lot of space without an actual fight. Zoe will go after Peace and will win, but with the Kitsune Rush, Alisu is keeping the rest of Valentine at bay, trying to isolate them, trying to make it a lot easier to take care of. Mari will hit the beat drop without Kuna, who did die previously. Pulse Bomb will not connect on the side of Zoe, but Alisu pushing the rest of Valentine back. Lucio and Junker Queen just so close to death and will meet them face to face. It's more cart pushing for Green Fortnite, and they've got that barrage to fall back on.
And Velvet was the hero of that fight. I need to highlight just that later sound barrier. It's such a knife's edge of when to deliver it, but being able to hold it so late into that fight to give everybody the extra resources needed, even with Peace missing early, Green Fortnite had the sustain to keep it moving, and now they're stopping the duplicate, and they have point B unlocked.
I think Kuna was trying to get a little bit of a touch there. It did not happen. The barrage is there, along with the Suzu, making it so that Peace can get the Junker Queen, and Kuna is just stuck on the cart all alone. Even more cart progress for Green Fortnite. They are going to have now 2 ultimates to fall back on compared to the one previously.
Valentine, it's going to have to be a hero play here from Kindred, right? This Rampage has to come up in such a massive way here, but you have to worry about the cleanse from Scuffed on the other side. You have to worry about how split people are playing. It's just going to be a massive question.
The Rampage goes through, only collects Alisu because the Suzu was actually preemptive from Scuff. So Valentine is currently waiting for Zoe to get back from the respawn doors while the cart is barely nearing that final checkpoint. They will eventually stop it, but no heals are on the board. Kuna will go down. Bastion has been swapped to as a desperation pick, but a 4v1 is not ideal for Valentine. And Green Fortnite, they are going to reach the 3rd checkpoint for a 2nd time.
That's a beautiful way to kill any hype and potential momentum your opponent had. Valentine probably felt amazing about themselves. They were like, yeah, we have more time in the bank. We're figuring them out. We could take this map. And to just use 2 minutes and say that's all we need to finish the map now puts just lead weights around Valentine, right? Because 21 extra seconds, that's like maybe one more fight, depending on if it's like a staggered fight with touches or something coming through. Valentine has to complete the map again. It's such a gargantuan task for any team. And Green Fortnite, meanwhile, they can sort of take all of the risk in the world. As long as the map doesn't get full capped, then they have succeeded in their goal of moving up 2-0. Valentine, it's gonna be a rough push for them, but they showed they can do it before. It's just a matter of doing it again.
And I realized that apparently the Euro final has started because it was at 3 p.m. EST. So all the European players are like, all right, or at least the English ones or Spanish ones are like, all right, we gotta finish this. We gotta watch some soccer happen, which is maybe why they wanted no breaks. But see any changes that maybe Green Fortnite would have had? Mainly just kind of that Ilyari talked about it a little bit. And at least they're just playing a little bit of sneaky peeky with that Wrecking Ball.
Just a little bit of the cheeky Wrecking Ball gameplay here, but it is Wrecking Ball instead of Winston. That is important to highlight. So Alisu, playing on these high grounds is going to be dangerous here as you're seeing, the ball tech try to get these slams and this little bit of damage in where you can. But it'll actually be Peace that finds the first pick.
Yeah. Any advantage that Green Fortnite have, I feel like they are just going to take a mile out of that molehill because Valentine, well, granted, time doesn't really matter at this point because you need to push it all the way to the end. Getting this first point, I feel like is just going to be a little bit of an annoyance with Senna and Alicia.
Well, it's also not a guarantee, right? So you have to think about that. Valentine, the only ultimate they're even close to at this point is Kitsune Rush, and that's just at 66%, right? Depending on how long this goes, how long it takes to build ults, Green Fortnite could definitely, like, willingly lose first point if it's in overtime if they hold on to all their ults and then just come in with 5 ultimates, click Q, and try to win that way. But they don't need to, because Kindred's already gone.
What do you do when your queen is purple? There's no Suzu to save her from that, so you simply just have to accept your fate in that specific instance. Kindred is going to actually go onto the Winston, which we haven't... I'm trying to think if we have actually seen that at all. But yeah, no. A big change potentially needed in this specific instance, because Desperate Times apparently called for desperate measures.
You're trying to find a dive target. It's more than likely going to be either Stuffed or Senna here. But with the duplicate out from Keys, having a Cassidy in the backline to worry about as well, it's going to be rough for any sort of dive to find it full effect.
I know Kindred, she knows she's at low HP. She's just trying to distract this team. Anything she can do. Pulse Bomb will connect, but it's at the end of the fight, allowing Velvet to get back and be ready for that truly final fight. That's if Valentine can't even touch. Winston's going to go for that jump. Will be able to touch, but it's just free for Green Fortnite. There's going to be a little bit more, but with a Nano Dash, a Bob, and a Wrecking Ball directly waiting right there in front of the door. It doesn't seem like there's really any shot for Valentine to come back at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of it here. Another attempted touch from Kindred is going to come up with nothing. And Green Fortnite, they've been here before. Deja vu. I feel like we've done this a time or two. But Green Fortnite, they find themselves 2-0, match point, series point of winning here in the EU Open. But one more map to go is never guaranteed, as Valentine proved earlier.
Yeah, this third map was the big change, because it was just a very different style of map that benefited the Brawl a lot more than something like that dive. And I mean, we've been to Oasis, which is where we were before. We've been to Kings Row. We gotta go to New York City, right? Like, we're just knocking these down one by one, and Valentine have been here before. They won. Surely they go to New York City.
It would be a fool's move to not go. It's such a good map for this Junker Queen setup. And, it punishes the ball, it punishes the Winston. Like, Green Fortnite is just never going to feel comfortable on that map. So it should be where we go. A million times in a row. If I see Servasa, I don't know. I could do a dance or something. I don't even know what to threaten as a bet, because it's so guaranteed that we're going to New Junk City. But the question is, has Green Fortnite maybe learned from their adventures before? Maybe tried to find some adaptation of their own to try to end this one actually in 3 maps instead of letting it go the distance.
Just looking at the replays of Green Fortnite really starting to take their dominance. Their second, or I guess first attack this would be, followed by the second attack, which was really where they put Valentine to the test, daring them to match that third point capture in overtime. And, well, Valentine was simply unable to even get that first point after Elisu swapped to the Wrecking Ball compared to the Winston from before.
And just having those currently be the swaps between, right, the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, that's all that we're seeing end up come up. It's just sort of the question of, is there more to that Green Fortnite pool? Because again, Servasa versus New Junk City, because we're just taking a look at it. the real map pool. I love our production team so much. They all deserve credit and love. Make sure chat. I'm sure it's linked in a tweet somewhere. Somebody, they're great. I love them.
I mean, the thing about this was the only one that was lacking was Kings Row. That was the only one that we were gonna go to that was lagging. So, Esperanza, Junkertown, or excuse me, not Junker, Route 66. I got confused with New York City. All those 3 maps are prime for the picking, whether or not it was the quote-unquote fake map rule, or the real one, where I think New Junk City was definitely a close one that, by all means, Green Fortnite could take.
I just realized something from an Overwatch standpoint. Like,
Mm-hmm.
everything from Australia has to have the name Junk in it. You have Junkrat, Junker Queen, Junker Town, and New Junk City. And that's all that's in the game from Australia.
I mean, I don't know if Junkertown is the entirety of Australia. I just know that this is where those subsection of people come from. So
Well, but are you telling me there's nothing else? But like
I
everything
don't know.
Australian has to have junk, like
Yeah, I don't know. I just find it funny how they were like, we're gonna do the like Mad Max theory, where everyone in Australia is like in hell, and then everybody outside is just fine.
yeah, that's actually exactly what happened. You're right.
Yeah, and like Australia is just like a post-apocalypse, and then London's chilling.
I was like, you go to the rest of the world, everyone's just minding their business. They're like, yeah, I guess they like fell into the ocean or something. We don't know what happened there.
It is New Jack City though, so
Yeah, New Junk City. Yeah, again, you expected this, so no question from Valentine. We know what's going to happen here. It's just what I've already said before. Is Green Fortnite going to try to swap, try to adapt, anything like that, or is this just a hey, we know we're going to play an inferior comp here. We're already looking to push.
I'm trying to any swaps coming on in. I think that like with how close New Junk City was previously, you could definitely continue to run what you have been if you're Green Fortnite, because it really just was a matter of a couple of really good individual performances. Zoe really went off on the third point. Kuno went off on the fourth one. Like, this is where they got activated. Or you could say on the other side, where Peace and Senna, who was Senna Bun, didn't have as much of an impact as they had before.
I mean, yeah, there's it's the question of that impact of the DPS role, right? I feel like so much of Overwatch 2, we talk about tanks. I even probably over talk about tanks just from the amount of time I've watched tank gameplay and stuff. But yeah, like you said, DPS players, potentially coming online and just being able to, level up their performances and do insane things. It's always something to keep in the back of your mind, right? We've seen moments in this series where Zoe has just put the entirety of Valentine on her backs, just doing as they please, and having the ability to do that just add on a whim on DPS is nice. But if you're able to like actually harness that lightning in a bottle and just bring it out whenever you need, that's where you really start to get scared, right? That's when DPS players can just take over lobbies and just dominate.
So to get things on in, I was thinking about how we could like get more viewers. What if we did the like Subway Surfers thing where we put the Euro final right below it? It was like stretched out. Can we get that production?
See, that would work for the rest of this series, but then after this series, he's immediately starting into NA, and I feel like all of NA would be like, why is there soccer on my screen?
It's called soccer, not football.
And then there'd be some debate. Somebody in chat would say something about how we have a flag on the moon. It's how the American debates go time and again.
Yeah, whatever.
It is what it is, but hey, listen, lots of Overwatch. Been lots of Overwatch today.
There's been so much Overwatch. Yeah, by the way, we were going with outbreaks. Players wanted to just keep going. We don't know when we're going in, but right now you and I have been going on 4.5 hours of casting.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, the most I've done is like the most I usually do is like 4. So.
What's great is as soon as this is over, I get to run and go play, which is going to be great to not have any.
Overwatch!
Yeah.
Woo!
So wait, if I'm doing the math correctly, like 10:30 this morning, give or take, until if we go all the way through bracket. I don't know. That's a lot of Overwatch. I'm not doing more math.
Don't do math on stream. That's the one thing. You don't do math on broadcast.
Listen, my math is normally good, but I'm just like thinking about that much Overwatch
There is
hurts.
something that is fundamentally like about the broadcast that makes it so that simple math is just you don't have it. It's gone.
Yeah, it's just the brain disappears when the cameras go on. Believe it or not, it's actually a hit to your IQ, almost like a stat debuff or something like that,
Yeah.
where you just lose your mind. But
Mm-hmm.
speaking of losing our minds, the team said they wanted to keep going. We're just kind of
Chilling. You and I, we don't have a Wick up pee break to joke about this time, which is unfortunate because that ate up a lot of stall time.
That's actually why we're behind schedule.
That that
if you think
is
about
not.
it,
I would believe that. I would believe that.
but hey, Twitch chat, you're cool. We love you.
Do I have to do the Ulu version of the you can earn tokens?
I'm not cursing anybody with that. If you want to do that, it's of your own free will.
Look, Camcom, our producers, you guys are gonna be subjected to this unless you get the teams to start the game. I'm not gonna. It's not a threat. I'm just saying. Like, no reaction. Okay, we're chilling.
No reaction. The producers aren't scared.
Alright, hold on.
In the meantime, I could I don't know.
I think it's gone. I think it's gone from existence.
It's gone. It's been sent to Brazil.
Chat, chat did the word only keeps like a certain amount of messages, and
You're right.
like that.
Right.
So
You're right. It just disappeared. It's gone from existence. So, anybody got some good weather going on, or I don't know. We're just kind of here.
yeah, players said they didn't. There we go. Okay,
Yay!
they get a break. We don't get a break. Cool.
So yeah, Junkertown or New Junk City. Dang it, it's close enough. There's Junk. There's going to be Junker Queen, played by Valentine. So as we were saying, to get back on track wherever the train currently is, Green Fortnite, they are going to, at least for the time being, they're hovering over the wrecking ball. Means they're going to continue to just play their game and see if they can make it work here on New Junk City, which they weren't able to do before. But it's not. It's going to be very difficult, right? Like, this map is built for brawl. It's always has been, not just specifically Junker Queen, but Ramatra's always worked well here. Reinhardt, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
It always ends up going well for the brawl comps, and so trying to poke people out, it's going to be difficult. Maybe a different story with the Farm play. We will just have to wait and see if that can do the ticket for Green Fortnite.
Yeah, we just kind of gotta wait and see. Senna doing a little bit of poke. Wick in no time to react. Peace already finds the first kill of the entire map. Velvet is going to be a nice little trade for the side of Valentine along with Elysiu. So, well, initially it looked like Valentine might have to cede this initial point. They fight back. They get a couple of their own, and suddenly... Actually, are they even going to put up a fight on the point? I guess not. It's very awkward first fight.
Awkward is definitely the word for it here, and there's still, Zoe's missing from the fight now. Could be a potential re-engage here where the point is going to be given up, but, Valentine's still being able to, wanting to hold it even down Zoe, so who knows how this engage is going to keep going.
He cannot stay in the vision of Kuna for very long because he would be immediately deleted from existence. Now all alone, having to get out, but now Senna will take down Pharah's top Apex Predator, Kuna, which will give a lot more leeway with how Peace wants to fly around the map, and I think Valentine realized that. They back off. They do have a little bit of time before they actually have to really re-engage and force a fight.
Re-engaging and forcing a fight, it's got to be that regroup right now for Valentine because they have to, take their time. They can't get poked out on their approach here. But Green Fortnite, having that slight edge in the ult economy, aka they're online instead of almost online, could be the difference maker as Zoe has to touch point.
Alright, we have the Rampage, which for Kindred, at the end of last games was a little bit hit or miss. I know she would really love to get some of those good ones. There is two, But Peace gets a much bigger ultimate of 2 for the barrage, and now as you have 99%, Valentine will lose the first point, and it's not going to bode well, because if they lose this, they have lost Kunoichi Rising.
I feel like this happened the first time around too, though. They lost first point and then came back on the other
honestly.
3. But, let's see if history can repeat itself. We've been so much in the past, it's time to look at the present. And Valentine, they're going to be engaging in this one. Both support ultimates ready to go here, which means they're going to have that sound barrier to try to live through an assault from Green Fortnite, as well as that Kunoichi Rush, the Kitsune Rush, to be an engage tool and really help them propel them to point.
Look, that's something that they'll put in the game to support Kunoichi for a Kiriko skin. The Kitsune Rush will happen on the point to force Elysiu to use that Primal Rage, but now Zoe is not there to provide more damage onto Elysiu. A 4v4 happening right on the point. Elysiu's trying to take space and will separate Kuna from the healers, making it very difficult to get any sort of damage and heals into the players that need it. You have to say the spacing on the side of Green Fortnite is very impressive.
Their positions are being played beautifully, and just being able to weather the storm here, as they will get the flip after giving over 26% to Valentine. And it seems as though, maybe not hero swaps have been the craziest adaptation for them, but Green Fortnite just addressing how to play against the Queen and making it feel as powerless as it does. It shows that they have adapted, they have learned from their previous mistakes, as now Kindred over to the Mauga just to try to punish Elysiu specifically, but the rest of Green Fortnite more than happy to see a Mauga in play, as it's an opportunity to just poke the big guy out on his approach.
You could tell Peace was really angling just to get a little bit of space, a little bit of heals, but that will not happen. For the Mauga in play, Winston's life is just going to get a lot harder due to the amount of raw damage that is always going to be shot at him. Kiriko, no Suzu, no teleport. The sound barrier has to be initiated just to keep these players alive. Kindred does have that overdrive, but it is not going to be enough to keep her alive. 88% and ticking, and Green Fortnite seem to have dominance over this entire map, and now they are 1 away from winning the entire thing.
And they found their answers, it seems. It seems as though the Pharah was the silver lining that they didn't have before, but again, their positioning has been amazing. They're holding these ultimates, using them exactly in the situations they need to. That has created a situation. We're heading on into our third point. They only have the Pharah Barrage to work with. Meanwhile, Valentine, they have this sound barrier still, as a lot of sustainability, as well as Zoe with the duplicate at any time on any character could be devastating. So Green Fortnite, they do have their work cut out for them here if they want to still win it on this point.
Yeah, the Mauga, like I said, it is a little bit of a counter to that Winston, but it's even better if you can take out the DPS of both Peace and Senna. And Valentine, they get what seems to be a very easy, very clean first fight to start this off. A good change of pace for them.
A clean fight. They didn't have to invest everything. Now the question is, how much are they going to have to invest to keep it going here? Our observers are dead set on finding the ducks.
Ducky.
They love the ducks. Honestly, Overwatch should sell that as like a rubber ducky. That'd make money. But marketing ideas aside, yeah, Valentine, they just have to make sure to not overinvest into this fight. If they can win it cleanly with maybe 2, possibly 3 ults if it gets heavy investment from the other side, they should be in a good position to try to snowball this point.
All eyes on Peace, especially for Zoe. Not a chance. Peace got a kill onto Kindred with the primary fire, but not with the barrage. Great job keeping her at bay. And 73%, I think they've been able to maintain a constant composure over themselves, keep Green Fortnite constantly trickling in, and never get a good, clean fight. It's just Winston that you really have to deal with, and yeah, that should be the point.
That will be the point here. Valentine not done yet, and it's exactly how it should have gone, right? They had to invest their Squirt Ultimates and that Malga Cage, but they're over to Winston now themselves, so it's a good benefit. So they keep their ult economy, still above water, ahead of Green Fortnite here. who still is just working with the Kitsune Rush for the time being. Peace also swapped over to the Genji now, so it's going to be interesting to see where that Genji wants to go to try to dive somewhere.
I don't know. This isn't the double bubble I'm used to. One of the Winstons is eliminated, so that Echo is not going to have as much impact as really wanted. And a lot of firepower simply is gone on the side of Valentine. If they got their clean fights that they wanted in the previous point, and this next one is just not going to follow that.
Not going their way, so now we are heading towards Green Fortnite being able to turn the tide here. That duplicate not coming up the way they wanted to, like you said. And now with Green Fortnite just having this massive ult economy advantage here, if Senna's able to find an early pick with the Pulse, we could be sending ourselves the final fight already.
Kuna's high noons have been pretty decent. I mean, they've always usually found one. We'll see if Cassidy starts moving. Oh. There was a character directly in that line of sight, just out of reach. As now Kuna will now draw out the primal rage of that Winston. The health was recently changed, and it will be enough to actually get away out of that fight. Down goes Scuffed. Kindred actually had swapped onto the Winston. A big change that might help this team out, might help them win this fight that they desperately need to flip the point.
Yeah, and they're looking to stay alive here, and they will do just that. Valentine now back over to the Malga for Kindred here. Just one life on the Winston, one Primal Rage. That's enough Winston for the day, I guess. Valentine now having both support ults to try to help them survive through Peace's Dragon Blade, which is already ready to go here. And, they have to hold this point, right? One more fight in Green Fortnite's favor, and that should be the end of the map.
This is Kitsune Rush, preemptive, to start the defense against Green Fortnite. Zoe's doing a good job in the backline to keep this team really interested in anything but the point, and Kindred's gonna take great use of that. Peace is gone, which means a regroup is needed, and now you're getting to the percentage where it's a little desperate to touch the point.
Desperate to touch the point, but Green Fortnite, they have tools to do it with. It's just currently Mari's lone sound barrier that's going to have to do, a large majority of the sustainability and survivability for Valentine here, because there's just Dragon Blade, there's this Pulse, which ends up going wide here, as well as Scuff's Kitsune Rush.
It was really needed from Senna. They really would have liked it. The Dragon Blade is out. It's not going to do much due to the massive health pools. Mari's so close to death, but will stay alive as Green Fortnite flip the point. They've gained control of the fight. All they need to do is kill a Lucio, and suddenly they have won in what seems like such an anticlimactic ending over Valentine. They've won once, won ties, third times is not the charm for Valentine, and we have found our champion.
Green Fortnite, they adapted from that winner's final. They learned exactly what they needed to do, how to deal with Valentine's aggression here, and they did just that. So now Green Fortnite, they get to be the back-to-back reigning champions here on Kunoichi. Massive shout out to them. Valentine, you gave it your best effort, but unfortunately coming up just short in the end.
I mean, they have played against Valentine 2 other times and won, one of them being a very close game that did kind of come down to some of these individual plays, like we saw a little bit in this game. I mean, Alicia's juggles on the Winston were very crucial. We saw Peace hit some really nice rocket shots, but then on the other side, Kuna did a great job at keeping Peace at bay in these certain areas. I mean, just look at their tracking here. Just bing, bang, bong, completely dead, but just wasn't enough to overcome that immense power that Green Fortnite had.
And Green Fortnite, I mean, they're the reigning champions for a reason. They get that back-to-back. And they, they're just a really, really good squad. And Valentine, being able to take them to task, play them close, especially, considering they were pretty much just piloting Chunker Queen the entire time. You got to give the full props to that. It's just such a great, series. Like you said, a little bit anticlimactic. Would have been fun to see it go the distance again, but Green Fortnite, they came, they saw, and they conquered.
And here's the one final look at the bracket. Just pretend it says 3-0 for Green Fortnite Valentine. But you get to see the teams that did have a little bit of a fight. Lava Lilies coming in third, Amethyst coming in fourth, Valentine second, and Green Fortnite first. With prize mainly goes to those top two, with Green Fortnite getting the lump sum of it. But EU is done, complete. You and I have casted 5 hours now, or I guess 4 hours. It'll end up being 5 hours. So that was experience, especially we got to cast like the same teams over and over and over again.
Yeah, Valentine, they got to max out their stream time, so you got to see them a ton. But you saw all the other teams. You didn't get to see MRG today, but love that team as well. They're all great. All our teams are great. Everybody's amazing.
Yeah.
That is the goal at the end of the day here. You saw the banter, you saw the fun that occurs with these kind of communities, and you just love to see it.
Yes, we thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure you don't go too far, as we do have NA just around the corner. We got even more Overwatch action. Stay tuned.